Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good other time zones to everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Welcome to my stream. I hope and pray you are having a very, very wonderful time. And I'm going to disable studio mode. I am grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here. It is Monday. It is Monday, my traditional favorite day of the weekday. My traditional favorite day of the weekday. And we are going to be doing calligraphy today. Today is a calligraphy day. And I should probably de-hype myself. I should probably slow down slightly, take it a little bit easier, and have it nice and smooth. Have it nice and smooth. I am looking forward to this week. I'm looking forward to this week. One of the things I'm doing this week is that, as I said on Twitter, and I may as well bring up here again, because I know some folks are not checking me on Twitter, which is reasonable. Twitter is a pretty miserable website. And the only reason why I haven't done this on Blue Sky is that I got logged out of Blue Sky, and I just didn't feel like changing anything about that. So my favorite video game of all time is on sale. It is $1.79 US right now. And so tomorrow is going to be this game. And I am really looking forward to it. I am really, really looking forward to it. Because, well, for one thing, it's my favorite game of all time. It feels like enough of a reason to me, right? I don't know what deeper reason I could possibly need for wanting to show off a game. I'm a little bit nervous because I have noticed over the years that, well, months, that I am harsher on stream than I am on my own time. On my own time, there are flaws that I will accept in a video game that make me considerably more frustrated when I see them in a game than when I saw them just by myself. But I don't think King of Dragon Pass is going to be one of those. I would be, because I've done it before. I haven't done it on Twitch, but I have played King of Dragon Pass for an audience before, and it is an absolute delight. It is a treasure, and it's a treasure to share with other people. And so I am excited about this one. I'm very, very excited about this one. I expect it will be a very, very good streaming experience for many of us. I suspect for a lot of people, it will be their first time ever seeing this game. It is from 1999. This game is just barely younger than Metal Gear Solid 1. I know that I have several audience members who are younger than the entire game. Who are somewhat younger than the entire game. That said, hello Mix. Hello Mix. How are you doing? Who is this? I'm trying to figure out what this Kerwa is accomplishing in this. Oh yeah, no, Songbird. Yeah, okay. But yes, welcome in, Mix. I didn't actually get in my hellos. I did not get in my hellos. Let's do some hellos. Hello to myself. Hello to Saribot. Hello to Ace Hardvar. Hello, Matthew Riceseeker. Hello to Mix. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. This is going to be like I said, I didn't even say this, but You all know this. You all know this in your hearts. This is going to be a very relaxed stream. It's going to be a nice, sweet evening for all of us. Yes, we always must say hello to Saribot. Saribot protects us from the other bots. Ah. Hmm. Oh, Eve has fallen. Eva has fallen. The _ VT. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. We were just getting started. I haven't accomplished anything today. Ava has fallen VT. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and currently I am anime online for money. I do mostly calligraphy streams, which we are about to get into. Today is going to be a calligraphy day. I was just saying hello to my community and warming myself up a little bit. You know, the traditional pre-yap. And we are going to be doing some calligraphy. I'm probably going to be focusing on Gothic today. How was the chatting? What were you discussing with your folks, Ava? I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you for coming in and for trusting your community with me. I am going to... Yes, I was just kind of going over a little bit of the week, the coming week, as we get warmed up here. If you need to raid and run, that is extremely acceptable. I would never dream of keeping somebody from their raiding. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara. Kara was DMing me that I need to eat, and I told her that I had some noodles, and so she is being very mature about it. She was being very, very mature about it, as you would expect. And with chatting about Silent Hill lore after working on Silent Hill 3. Excellent. I hope that the Silent Hill 3 was a lovely, lovely time. I have not played Silent Hill 3. I don't know if or when I will get around to it. I played Silent Hill 1 and 2 last year on stream. I really like Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 I was more lukewarm on. I was less enthusiastic about. But Silent Hill 1 was I really enjoyed quite a bit. Didn't realize I'd be getting nudes too. Yes, hello Emo Biscuit. Hello Emo Biscuits. I didn't actually take pictures of it. I made some quick peanut noodles before I had stream, which is one of my favorite dishes to make. I tend to I've been slowing down. I try to slow myself down on them a little bit because they're very caloric. And they're very... Hello, Yorobokuyo. Hello. I'm just putting up my hair so that I might actually be able to write anything on my dang piece of paper without what's the word I'm looking for here? Without getting hair in my eyes. Okay, and let's go on over. Here we are. We have Lightbox Coon here. And we've got some paper, some nice Strathmore paper. And this will just be our initial practice sheet. Actually, hold on a second. I forgot about something. Okay, that was a alarming. Computer made an alarming sound. Writing and reading. Ooh. Alrighty. So let's put that down. Okay. So it says it's updating. Looks like it should be updated. So the category should be on writing and reading now. And music is off. I always feel very silly when I go back and check the VOD and realize that I had turned off the music the entire time. But yes. Yes. Okay, let me move some things around here a little bit. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're in a good position to start. Let's just take a look at how my ink is doing. Check the ink levels. That's a good amount of ink. That's a good amount of ink. And let's refocus the camera. I'm not happy with this focus right now, which is not too surprising. That's a little bit better. That looks better. That's better, yes. That's better. So let's get a little bit started here. And are people happy with the size of chat right now? I would like to know that. I would like to know if people are pleased or displeased with how chat looks on the screen right now. Let me move some things around a little bit more. There we go. Oh! Sybil. Hello, Sybil. Hello, sweet Sybil. It is a pleasure to have you here. Why did I roll the L? That is very strange of me to do. Hello, Sybil the Moth. How was your stream? I know what Sybil was doing. Sybil was watching sci-fi iconic show Lex. Lex is, if you are a fan of space operas and or horniness, it is very hard not to recommend Lex. Lex is an extraordinarily strange show. It's very cool. You hit the gender. You hit the gender episode. Excellent, 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 excellent. I'm glad that you hit the gender episode. But thank you, Sybil, for raiding. For the raiders who came in with Sybil, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am anime online. And that is what I do. You have come to me on a calligraphy stream, which is my most common type of stream. Yeah, anime for pay. Anime for pay. I have set up my microphone in a dangerous position, but we will run with it. I will let's just do a little bit. I have not even started writing yet. This is very early in the stream for me. Only 25 minutes in. I've barely started. But yes, Sybil, I'm hoping that Lex was good, and I hope that other people check out Sybil. Sybil is a very intelligent moth over there. She's very intelligent. She will deny it. She'll deny it until she is blue in the face. But she is, in fact, actually quite knowledgeable and insightful and Philadelphian. She is from the cooler East Coast city. I am the New Yorker, which is the... New York has had to sacrifice its coolness at the altar of power. Philadelphians have not made such a bargain. So they are, in fact, the cooler city. It's true. It's true. New York has given up its coolness in order to be the center of, frankly, a pretty large percentage of all of world politics. Fairly significant percentage of all of world politics goes through New York City, and in particular finance, obviously. Finance is in many ways power. By the way, folks, prepare for flashbang. Prepare for flashbang. Flashbang achieved. But yeah. Yep, exactly, Sybil. But yes, I hope that you're having a lovely evening, and to Sybil and to all of those who came in with her, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. If you would like to stay and chill out, I would appreciate that as well. A quiet sigh. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. But yes, I'm going to be working on some calligraphy. Today is going to be Gothic. I think surprising very few people who have known me for any length of time that Gothic is a pretty good go-to for my streams. My Gothic has been improving quite a bit over the last even just year or so. Something about my focus has increased. I've spent many years practicing calligraphy, frequently in a not very intense fashion. And so my intensity and my seriousness of study has been much higher the last year or two than it was in the past. It's amusing. I didn't think of the calligraphy as something I would spend a lot of time doing on stream. It was something I kind of did for fun on a few streams to just kind of show off my hands, to be honest. But let's get in the last line of practice. I always like to start off with 3 lines of just very basic practice strokes. We just work out the muscles a little bit and make me feel comfortable with the nib and the paper. You know, remind myself. These little rituals, right? These little rituals, I think, are important for any tasks that involve focus. Yeah, just take a little bit of time to do something repetitive, even ceremonial. Into a Japanese calligraphy booth at the New Year's Festival. Hold the brush like a pen, and then I realize I don't hold a pen correctly. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. I know people who say that I don't hold a pen correctly, though I will say, hello, a quiet sigh. I do not a quiet sigh. I always do straight up, straight across. The curves are actually not very necessary for Gothic. I don't do a lot of those, because Gothic doesn't involve very many curves. So, Emo Biscuits. This is a very old Japanese calligraphy brush that I have on hand. And the reason why your calligraphy teacher said to hold it like a pen is because in Japanese calligraphy, you hold it like this. Hello, Stressed Owl. In Japanese calligraphy, you hold it like this, correct? Pretty, or even like this. Or something like this, you know, if you're further out. In Chinese calligraphy, this is a grip. This is a common grip for Chinese calligraphers. Is like this with it 90 degrees from the vertical. You can't even tell it's happening because it's going straight into the camera. This would be a Chinese calligraphy holding position, or a little bit more relaxed like this. But Chinese calligraphy will hold it very, very, very vertical, whereas the Japanese calligraphers will hold it, you know, closer to the way that you might hold a pen. So that's the reason, I suspect, why she said that. Because that is an important difference there. And if you'd come from Chinese calligraphy, you would probably hold the calligraphy brush in a way that would be very strange to a Japanese calligrapher. Okay, not very happy with that P, but we can work on that. That's fine. This is why we start the day with doing some practice, right? So I always I do the practice strokes right at the start, which, mostly about warming up the muscles, getting the pen flowing, seeing if there's any technical issues. And then I always do pangrams. Pangrams being words that contain every single letter of the English alphabet. I have 3 that I like. And they are Pack My Box with 5 dozen liquor jugs, and so far I think I'm doing pretty poorly today. Pack My Box with 5 dozen liquor jugs, and then amazingly few discotheques provide jukeboxes. Oh, I'm glad that you like it. I think I can see some places where I'm not entirely sure about it. And then I don't love it, but I do like the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Do you think another P would help? I will probably work some more in. I'm going to get through the entire pangram at least once, just so I can see where I'm at. This paper is Strathmore paper, and I alternate between using this and Midori. And I am finding, today at least, the Strathmore is a little... It's fighting me a little bit. It's catching a little bit more than even I like. I like when the pen and the paper catch. What resource did I use? There's a book called The Art of Calligraphy. That's a lot of it. There is a subreddit for calligraphy that has been active for a very long time. There's actually several. There's calligraphy and scribes. And I also did the most traditional way of learning calligraphy, which is I looked at exemplars. You can find several museums, I should say. Let's back up. Several museums have their have manuscripts, have historical manuscripts available as digital resources that you can simply look up. And I would sometimes look at those and try and emulate what I saw there. We're going to be walking off of the guidelines for a second here. I just kind of want to see what happens, because normally I rely very heavily on the guidelines. So we're off the guidelines right now. Actually wasn't too bad. Soapstone sculpting. Was that your traditional art when you were younger? I have not actually done much, if any, sculpting. I have, I wonder if I would have enjoyed it if I had given it the shot. I think I would have. I'm the rare person who enjoys working with Blender a lot more than I enjoy working with Photoshop or Paint. I find trying to convert 3D objects into 2-dimensional objects to be very challenging. In terms of like cognition, in terms of like what is happening inside my brain. I'm going to test something out here. I'm going to test something out here. Give me a second. Give me a second. I will... Oh. Son of a... Suminagashi and Karuta. Karuta, I only know from the manga. Not the... I didn't read the manga. I shouldn't act like I read the manga. I only know from the anime about Karuta. I don't know. I don't know it otherwise. I've never played it myself, for example. And Suminagashi. I don't know Suminagashi. What is Suminagashi? Yeah, Chihaya Furu. Chihaya Furu is very fun, folks. That is a very good sports anime. The main thing I kind of got out of Chihaya Furu, and a couple of other things I read, is that I should probably read more Josei. I think I just kind of like Josei. I like the old lady way of doing things. There we go. Paper marbling. Ooh, that sounds beautiful. That sounds absolutely beautiful. Okay, let's... Okay, so... let's try the dip. Dry white apple wine. I'm sorry. I would not be able to provide you. I am not a... Ooh, I don't know if you can hear that, but that scratching is really good today. Okay, the dip is feeling better today than the... I tend to find the dip a little bit more challenging. It's very bad for hair. It finds very much more difficult for hairlines. I'm wondering if I should turn down the music a little bit. Bad you. That's more challenging to do on this one. You stream late for an East Coaster? That's true. As is, I think, normal for a VTuber, this is not the only thing I do with my life. And I used to stream earlier in the day, and what was happening was that it was creating a lot of challenges for other parts of my life. Yeah. No, I didn't think it was a criticism. I did not take it as a criticism. Emo Biscuit, I did not think you were criticizing me at all. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was just, providing some explanation, right? I was just providing a little bit of explanation for why I'm doing things the way I'm doing. Hello, Miss Mochivus. Hello, hello, hello. No worries about it. I'm glad that you stopped by. Miss Mochivus is responsible for the art that I used for this week's schedule. Oh, Caratrice, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I hope that you enjoy your time here. And I'm looking at this and I'm noticing that I am not executing on one of the things that I consider a important element of making Gothic look better, which is crowding the letters. With Gothic, I find it looks slightly better if you use a little bit less white space than what I'm doing right now. Just deliberately make it tight. Hello, cottages. Thank you. I try. I think it's worth trying to make the world a little bit prettier, right? Calligraphy is a kind of interesting one because it's so deliberately time-consuming. No, it's fine. I just have to do it periodically. Oh wait, the sock didn't work. That's. Let me check something there. Interesting. Okay, I see what's happened there. First of all, I will have to fix it. I'll have to run that manually. But I'm going to do one thing first. Platforms, accounts. Oh crap. Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. Twitch's API has been a real challenge lately. Twitch's API has been a real challenge lately. So I will do the sock though. Thank you for the reminder. 1,000 skeletons and welcome in. Yeah, if I turn off the lightbox cocoon, it's less obvious that I was running low on ink. But yeah, it was definitely, there was a low reservoir there. But yes, we are sock now. Thank you. I think this was a good Z. got the space to do this. I'm going to move this over a little bit. I'm really trying to maximize the amount of space I get out of this sheet of paper, because this is nice paper. All right, Emo Biscuit, please enjoy your rest. Enjoy your rest. Sleep well. Sleep well. Let's get in here. There we go. Okay, hold on. Let's get this nice and squared up. A little of a fuss budget about this sort of thing, partially because I just kind of enjoy straightening things. Let's re-ink a little bit. There we go. Okay, gotta de-ink that a little bit. There's always a little bit of a challenge with the first couple of strokes. Yes, you can see this one turned out bad. Too much ink. Too much ink. That should be better. See, I do prefer this this more crowding. I think looks better. Hello, Igningmata. Hello, hello, hello. We are still in the early stages. We're still in the early stages. Yes, 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 yes. Well, this is, so I'm gonna do the goofier way of filling a pen. You can see that there's a reservoir in the back of the nib. And I'm just going to very gently insert a little bit with a syringe into the back directly. That means that there's less buildup at the tip of the nib, which means it's less likely that that will happen, which is exactly the sort of thing I was trying to avoid. I must say, though, this part of this is just that this nib is very... Not this nib, this ink flows very readily. It's very aggressive ink. There we go. Hands need a stretch. Go. And hold on a second here. Let's enable. Some things here. There we go. Now, as for tonight's actual content, as for what I was planning on working on, my... I don't know why Twitch is being... That's why Twitch is being weird. That is... Whoop. Huh. Oh, there we go. There we go. Interesting. Interesting. I was planning on writing a birthday letter to my friend Sierra VT. Alright, hold on. Let's... Okay, yeah, Twitch broadcaster account is not working correctly. That is a challenge. That is a challenge for me. That's a challenge, and... Alright, let's think about this. So I don't know what to write to her, though. So let's just start off with some... I might just do another set of these. So... There we go. There we go. I think it's a much better P. There we go. There we go. Oop. Poor E. Poor E. Poor E. Oh, we're about to go into ads. We're about to go into ads. Enjoy the fan art. We enjoy the fan art while I take a stretch break and use the bathroom, and I will be back in just a few minutes. And we're back. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. During this trying time of advertisements. Leaning a little bit more into the ASMR voice, I suppose, in hour 2. As we trend towards US midnight. Bit of a rude awakening for any Europeans who are waking up to me, though I suppose most of the Europeans who are going to come in here will come in here in a couple of hours. So we don't need to worry too much about lullabying them back to sleep. Okay. My hand is completely off of the camera at this point. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's adjust the camera a little bit. Okay. Doesn't liquor. I am enjoying that scratch quite a bit. It's coming through very clearly on my end. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit and tune up the mic a little bit. I will try to remember not to... There we go, that should do it. I'll try to remember not to leave it on for some later streams, or at least to recalibrate it a little bit. And let's do some things that are just a little bit more lettering practice, right? Oh, the coat toggle. Yes, the broadcaster account is disconnecting. If other people are having this problem with the API, let me know. I will have to manually fire these. It's such a shame. I put in all this effort into getting them to automate correctly, and now the API is fighting me. Come on, ink. All right. And there we go. There's chat. Coats on tells me you're about to leave. I understand. I understand. At least I don't have a hat on. Not happy about that S. So it goes. Hmm. And a little bit more ink in there. Oop. Scalding myself with Lightbox Kun. I think Lightbox Kun needs a minute. It's a little bit harder for me to see the guidelines here, but I think it probably looks better for you folks. Also occurs to me. I've been told that this looks a little bit better, lighting-wise. I prefer the other lighting for taking some types of photos, but I've been told that this harsh light, this cool light, looks a little bit better. Oh boy, that's really wet right there. Yeah, let's get in here. This is a tongue twister. This is one that I like. People who have collabed with me have probably heard me say this one quite a few times, because I like to, I like to warm up my voice. That's what I'm doing during those first couple of minutes while the ads are playing. That's what I'm doing, is I'm doing some vocal warm-ups, and tongue twisters are a useful component of that. Make it a little bit less likely that I will trip over a sound. This one I'm pretty fast at. Hello, it's hard to show emotions. Don't worry, don't worry. Do not worry, do not worry. There is no... The only person who is obligated to be here on time is me. Anybody else is welcome to come and go at their leisure. So down a little bit so I can see the guidelines a little bit better. Nice, nice. I hope that you did not eat too much before going swimming. That always, I was always told that that was very dangerous to eat right before you went swimming. Thank you, Memoria90, for the follow. Interesting coincidence, Memoria. The title of this song that he's currently playing is Memoria. If you knew that, then I'm extremely impressed. That's remarkable knowledge of a very obscure topic. But if you didn't know that, then it's just a nice little coincidence. With the exception, I think, of only the follow sound. The follow sound is from the Adobe Sound Library and is free to use. Creative Commons. I believe every other sound that I use, all of my music, all of my alert sounds, all of them are by a Japanese artist, I believe named Nobu. I have credited them in my credits below in my About page. Yes, Nobu, yes, Memoria, I hope that you are having a lovely, lovely night. I am not sure what is wrong with my hands. I don't feel like I am succeeding in my goals here. Hello, Archa. Hello, Archa. I was wondering why I couldn't see the guidelines. That's a good answer. I'm out of guidelines. Lift it. Am I not moving fast enough? Let's try that. a little bit more decisiveness. So yes, this is a. Oh wow, I was off the camera completely. 1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1-1-1 race. 2-2 1-1-2. I always like this tongue twister. I think it's pretty silly. I think it's pretty silly, and I like the cadence of it. Oh, no, it should be good at this point. Should be good at this point. Let's a little bit more in here, and oh, that's a little bit much. Okay, hold on. There we go. That's better. May not chat much as you're animating. That's fine. That's fine. People co-work to my streams a lot. People co-work to my streams a lot, which is extremely fine. It's actually somewhat amusing that when I am in real life or in a one-on-one situation, I am a horrible co-worker. I am dreadful. Because to me, if I am if I find myself in such a situation, I feel this real need to try and be entertaining and engaging. And I read the other person's focus as irritation, as I do not read it as them simply having a calm time looking, working on their own thing. I read it as them being upset with me and me failing to be a good host. There we go. Hmm. Oh, Joe Mar JV, thank you for the follow. Right. That is one sheet complete. I'm still feeling a little shaky hand-wise tonight. Still feeling a little bit shaky on the hands, and not quite sure what the deal is there. Not quite sure why. Perhaps I didn't rest well. That's fairly common for me. It's very typical for me to not have slept well, if ever. Right? I'm a lifelong insomniac. It is one of my traits that has, I think, been something of an advantage as a VTuber. Let's turn you off for a moment. Let's cool down for a little bit. What to write? I may as well, since I don't have a good idea, I may as well just talk a little bit about things that I am. It's not just you. It's not just you. A lot of people do have chronically shaky hands. I have been fortunate in that I've been fortunate that mine are very steady, but that is a personal fortune. That is not a universal maxim, right? And to some extent, I feel like that just makes me feel more obligated, right, to try and do what I can with them. To try and hold on a second. I'm gonna move my camera again. One day, I will find a tracking camera setup that makes me happy. But today is not that day. Oh, son of a... Sorry, it's being even more irritating than usual. Apologies, I'm probably freaking out on camera right now. Okay, let's try this. There we go. That should be a little bit better. It just makes me feel more obligated to try and get done what I can with this advantage, right? Genuinely don't know how other people have their tracking camera set up. That has me frowning all of a sudden, huh? Maybe this will work. Oh, that's a terrible S right there. Actually, wait, no, I'm coming around on it. I was just instant turn around on that one. I was like, it looked so awful to me in the second that I wrote it, and then I thought about it, then I looked at it, and I was like, no, I'm actually kind of into it. I'm actually a little bit into it. So... And ooh, yeah, animation's a tricky one. Nope. Hold on a second. My Diet DRK3LP, thank you for the follow. Take a look here. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about some skills that I'm working on these days, and maybe this will help me realize that I am giving myself way too many things to do. Deadline of July to finish the animation. That's good. That's good. It's good to get ahead of things. Okay. And so yeah, I've been working on Japanese language for a while. I speak some Japanese. I studied it when I was younger, but I've been very out of practice. I've been working primarily on my kanji knowledge, and I genuinely think that focusing primarily on kanji has actually made a huge difference to the rest of my Japanese language study. Part of this is because I have kind of hard hearing, kind of difficult hearing, and so I let's put a little bit more ink in here. And so kanji, I think, has odd, because I'm somewhat hard of hearing. I focus very much on writing, and so I feel as though my writing is a bit of a strength. And so I found that focusing on the kanji has helped me quite a bit. I think my Japanese might actually be even better than when I was studying it in a formal setting. At this point, I think I have much improved at it. And then so I've been enjoying that ASMR. You can tell that I am working on right now. It's not my primary form of content. And at Offkai, I will probably attend the ASMR workshop. Um, hey, and so yeah, there's an ASMR panel at Offkai that I think I will try to attend. I haven't really been doing very much with my Offkai planning. I've been very bad. I've been a very bad Offkai attendee. I just know that I have some friends I want to see. That's really all I've thought about. Hold on a second. Take a big sip of water. Mm-hmm. There we go. All right, so let's get back in here. I've also been working on flesh painting. I really have been enjoying miniatures painting a lot, and flesh has been something I've been very pleased with. It was not something I expected to enjoy, right? When I first started painting, I really hated. I really went out of my way to avoid doing anything that involved skin tones. I really tried to paint as much like metals as I could, and flat surfaces, but flesh I've really been enjoying. I've started to enjoy now that I've kind of figured out some tricks to it. Shout out to Vinny V, to Vince Venturella, for helping me with that one. Japanese language Cadell's ASMR. What else am I actually working on? These are kind of the main skills that I'm working on my own time. Putting it down makes it feel a lot less intimidating. It makes it feel a lot less scary now that I've written it down here. Oh, hold on. There are some other things I'm working on. Yeah, I'm definitely working on my baking. My cinnamon rolls have been quite good the last couple of batches. My cookies are strong right now. I need to go back and do some fundamentals with bread again, though. I haven't done my last focaccia. I thought was only okay, and I would like to get a little bit better at doing focaccia. And let's get a little bit more ink in here. Hmm. And the funniest part is that of all these skills, I am probably missing the most important one for me to work on, which is social media. I am not good at social media, and it's probably the most defining feature of my career at this point. Now let's go. Let's think about this. And with a painting deadline on the June 25th, the animation deadline. Yeah. No, it's there's many things that we're always working on. There's many things that we're all working on. Oh, actually, you know what? The big skill, the really big skill. Go. Bad A. Missed the guidelines there. Hello, Alloy. Hello, Alloy. Welcome in. Welcome in. I am well, Alloy. I'm just trying to figure out a little bit of what I should be writing right now. Just writing down some things that are on the mind right now. I'm not really working on knitting. It would be a lie to say that I'm working on my knitting right now. I am working on being a better collab host. Oscar Wilde phrases, maybe? Oh, that's not a bad choice. That's not a bad choice. I was thinking about my favorite thing to write, which is Zhuangzi quotes. Yes, it's Sybil. It's Sybil. You know what? Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Oh, that's a little bit more ink than I wanted to do. Your scribble? Your scribble? Scribble moth? Let's try that. There we go. How do I want to do this letter? Not a good N. Not a good N. Very bad N. It's illegible. Looks more like a Q. I will say, Archa, that I have been a huge fan of the Warframe's decision over the years to just not use eyes a lot of the time. I think it's sick as hell. I think it rules. Oh, King of Hearts. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's no. This isn't a real class, right? This is not for credit. You can show up whenever you so feel. I am the only person who is obligated to be here on time, but I appreciate your presence regardless. However, you did get here right as we're about to go into ads. So I'm going to. Got 2 minutes until ads, so I'm actually just going to run them right now and use the restroom, and I will be back in a minute. Enjoy the fan art gallery if I am not back in a timely fashion, or if you happen to have access to skipping ads. And hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Pleasure to have you here. Also, hello, ads. Oh, right. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Uh, uh, it's dark outside. I am sorry. I am sorry that you have been endarkened. I mean, it is. I don't know where you are, Archa, but for me, it is midnight. We have just passed midnight on the East Coast. Uh, so I am. It is. It is. Not very. It's 11 o'clock. Yes, you are in the U.S. Midwest. You are an American Midwesterner, or perhaps a. I think most of Mexico is on Midwest, on Central. Um, just past sunset. Okay, okay. So you're further west than us, or further north, very far north, and or both. Hmm. Okay. So I have been trying to play some Night Rain, but I would emphasize trying. I'm very bad at Night Rain. I'm very, very poor at Night Rain. So there's Night Rain. I genuinely do not get it, though I understand that it is something more like a post game for people who have already played Elden Ring, which I am very, very far away from actually doing. Many, many years, probably at the current pace, 20 something years, 30 years from playing Night Rain. At which point we have to worry about me dying of old age before I get to Night Rain. Um, oof. Oof, where in the world are you, Archa? That's awful. That's dreadful. I would hate that. Only one province? A few states are actually only. Oh, okay. Ooh. I find the fact that those are separate time zones to be really confusing. I'm really not good at that. For some reason that makes my life a lot harder that those are separate time zones. 43C, that is dreadful. That is that is a nightmare to me. I consider around by like 20C, I'm already getting uncomfortable with the heat. It's already kind of a little bit too warm for me around 20C. .43C, I think. I think I'd literally die. Have to go through the little spot where I was blotting out the excess ink like a schmuck. Yeah, at least New York rarely gets up that hot. Yeah, the history behind it I kind of know, but it's kind of goofy. Um, it's because the because of the concerns that the about factory workers walking home to and from work in the dark. It was to make it easier on that front. Is the logic, historically speaking. Deep Rock, I'm always thinking about. Deep Rock, I love. I really like Deep Rock. That's kind of been a little bit of my off. Uh, how um this is Deep Rock has been a I've thought about Deep Rock a lot over my life. I really enjoy Deep Rock. I think Deep Rock, quote, has the juice, as I like to say. It's really got what it takes to be a very fun co-op action game. Can't tell I live in the hottest livable place on earth. I am completely baffled by where you live, Archia Shalato. I am completely baffled. I keep on thinking Death Valley, which is not generally considered a livable place, and also I'm pretty sure Death Valley had sunsets hours ago, right? Not recently. I got nothing, man. I am baffled. Somewhere, the other hot place I think of are in certain parts of South America, and then obviously like the Mid East. Yeah, I don't know. You're clearly, obviously, not in the Mid East because that would have been sunrise. Would have been recently, not sunset. If Death Valley is called Death Valley, I'd assume you can't live there. Generally, no. Generally, Death Valley is not considered a habitable area. Generally not. Okay, there we go. And then that's a better D. That's a much more gothic D. Than this one. This D I do like, but this one's much better. Small town of 200, yeah. Oof, that's pretty rough. I mean, I'm not surprised you don't get snow if you said you're in the hottest habitable area of the world. That's not terribly surprising. I've lived areas that never got snowfall, that were not particularly hot. You know, sometimes you just don't get a lot of snow. Deltarune. Deltarune I've been thinking about a lot. Deltarune's lovely. Deltarune is lovely. I'm really excited to see where Chapter 4 goes. There's a part of me that kind of wants to rerun Chapters 1 and 2, mostly so I can do Snowgrave. And have a Snowgrave save going into Chapter 4, because I heard that there's some special Snowgrave content. I do not. King of Hearts, how seriously do you want an answer? How seriously do you want an answer? Because that's how we get an answer. That's how we get an answer. Not from me. I'm not much of a Gundam guy. Um, yeah, Mix's knowledge of. I remember having a conversation with Mix, and I was asking him like what he felt comfortable about his knowledge of, and Mix said, "I know everything about mecha anime," and I was like, okay, I'll take that under advisement. Um, but I didn't really take him very seriously. Um, I didn't really take him very seriously. No, turns out he's not lying. Turns out he is not lying. He does know, in fact, know everything about mecha anime. Uh, I don't know as much about Gundam in specific. I can tell you that infantry still play a critical role in BattleTech and in Lancer. Those are mecha settings that I know better. And foot infantry are still very critical in those settings. I know that they're not very important in Macross because the entire reason why mech exists in Macross is so that humans can fight infantry fights against giants. So I know that they're not important in that one. And there's Gasaraki, I think, was a mech anime that Mix recommended to me, where the reason why mechs exist. Mechs actually lose in Gasaraki. Mechs actually cannot deal with tanks. Mechs get completely bodied by traditional tanks. Mechs exist entirely to fight infantry. They're a specialist anti-infantry unit for urban combat, as opposed to a general purpose, all-purpose armored unit, like they are in, say, Gundam or Armored Core or something like that. I don't think there's really any infantry in Armored Core. And in Gundam, I think there might be some in some Gundams, but I don't know how many I've seen. I've only really seen a little bit of Gundam. And yeah, but in BattleTech and in Lancer, infantry are very important. They're actually in Lancer, they're really good. In Lancer, they're really, really good. Yeah, Escaflowne knows more. Escaflowne I've watched a little bit of. I can't comment that much on it. Infantry is an irrelevant question, I think, for Evangelion, because the whole Evangelions themselves are not. They're extraordinarily specialized units. I don't know if an Eva unit would do extremely well or extremely poorly against standard human infantry, because they're just not intended to fight humans at all. They're like metaphysically not designed for that. They're metaphysically designed for very specific purposes that is orthogonal to killing human people. I will say, Archia, I am very bad at coming up with fantasy names. I'm very, very poor at coming up with fantasy names, so I would really struggle with that one. Speaking of mecha, the game that I had to uninstall because it actually made me too angry. Yeah, they'd probably be able to take out one guy, right? Like I think they'd be able to handle like one guy, but I think I don't know because I don't really know if an Ava unit is able to utilize AT fields defensively in the way that angels are. That's like stated to be kind of part of the intent, but I don't ever see them do it. So I don't think they really do. Like an an Ava unit is just a platform for making it so that otherwise conventional, spelled Mechabellum wrong. Otherwise conventional weapons can penetrate AT fields. Otherwise, it's, you're spending a lot of resources on having that capability to get a knife through an AT field. Mechabellum I love in a lot of ways, but good lord does it tilt me out. Good lord do I get tilted playing Mechabellum. Mechabellum. What else is on my mind lately? Oh, Age of Empires. Yes, Age of Empires. There we go. It's a technique I learned from some other calligraphers. I should probably put it on here. I haven't played Warframe in a minute. I haven't played in a minute. Weird R. Ugh. Screwed up that E. Screwed up that E. Hello, Archet. Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, Nyanomancer. I am just kind of meditating a little bit on some of my tasks in front of me, right? Just kind of clearing out the old brain cobwebs. How are you doing, Nyano? Somebody did ask about the place of infantry in Gundam, and I didn't really have an answer, so I pinged Mix, but I think he may have gone to bed. I think he might be Gonzo. He has gone to bed? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Age of Empires. Yeah, and fair call out from... Fair call out about Warframe. That's a fair point to raise. Mix is very busy, yes. I'm involved in at least 2 projects that he is involved in, so yes, I'm acutely aware that he is very busy. wacky to have infantry when you have airplanes and tanks, isn't it? And I mean, yeah, in case anybody isn't catching the sarcasm in what Nyano is saying, the I know some tankers, that is to say, U.S. armed forces who fought in armored units, in frontline armored units in tanks, and to hear one of them tell it, the purpose of an M1A1 Abrams is to carry backpacks. As it is just a particularly big truck. This was, of course, him expressing mostly his frustration with the challenges that his unit faced in Iraq. But he... you know, this was a frustration he had. Yeah. Yeah, it destroys dugouts and reinforced buildings is otherwise a gigantic target. Yes, yes. And there's there's a question that is going on right now in armed forces discussions. If you are a big nerd like I am and you like to read these sort of papers, like to read this sort of research, there is an active discussion about the place of the MBT, the main battle tank. The M1A1 Abrams is a main battle tank. The T-72 is a main battle tank, so on and so on and so on. This is the post-World War II conceit. During World War II and earlier, there were other ways of dividing up tanks, but since in the post-World War II era, probably since at least the 60s, it's been designed that it's been kind of the conceit that there should just be one type of tank, that there isn't, that if you're going to design something that is, there's no point in having a distinction between heavy and light and medium tanks. You just have main battle tanks that are heavy-ish tanks that can do everything. Monologue _ horror, thank you. It's kind of you to say that. Also, goodbye, Alloy Sunseeker. I'm sorry, I didn't say the goodbye. Yeah, and there's this ongoing live debate in military circles over what do we do with tanks, and there is a case that I am sympathetic to at the moment, that self-propelled assault guns are functionally everything you want out of a tank. That's kind of what it looks like to me, is that for the things that we want to do with tanks, self-propelled assault guns that would be much lighter and have much better visibility, but much weaker armor, would be largely preferable. So, like the Su-76 from World War II is the type of weapon I'm talking about, the type of piece of gear that I'm talking about, which is a very funny piece of gear. A very, very funny piece of gear. Incredibly effective at its task. However, as it currently stands, we still have an enormous amount of tanks. What else have I been thinking about lately? Oh, obviously. But there's a more extreme case. I was the inability to adapt quickly adapt to what makes soldiers die or go home maimed. Yeah, and kind of hot take. From what I can tell, the U.S. military is actually currently pretty good at that. And one of the major goals of the Trump administration is to make it bad at that. To make it bad at adaptation. To make it inflexible and brittle. Well, and yes, this is actually where uh, a lot of the debate is happening, right? Is that the um, an interesting element of warfare over time is that since the end of the 1600s, at least since 1700, I'm a little bit sure about going back further than that because I'm not as versed in it, but at least since 1700, battle lines have been getting thinner. That's to say, less dense. There have been a smaller number of soldiers per mile of frontage, and this has continuously gone down. In general, this has continuously gone down, and it's mostly been, the adoption of increasingly accurate and long-range firearms and increasingly accurate and long-range explosives. Fires, that is to say, not just firearms, but fires. Ooh, okay. When you do catch the flag and you have 3 forest trails, I'm kind of curious about what Sybil's saying here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, yeah, that I am sorry, Archa. That is a challenge. Just make it one extremely strong push on one of the trails and fuck the other two. Interesting choice. Interesting. That's because there is something to be said about speed, right? There is something to be said about speed and force. Just strong commitment. That is very. I'm kind of interested. That was the conclusion you came to. Because there's less force and you don't know your text. Yeah, surprise matters. Surprise matters a lot. Surprise matters a lot. Oh, yes, hold on. I forgot about the most important one. Oh, jeez, hold on a second. I almost spilled my ink. Humans, yeah, this is true. Humans are very biased towards symmetry, and they're very biased towards sets of 3. I always find that kind of fun. Humans are very, very biased towards sets of 3 in a way that seems very transcendental. But yeah, battle lines have over history generally gotten thinner. And in the case of one of the things that is being seen in the Ukraine war is that offensives will be planned down to the level of platoons. Like an offensive might be literally a single AFV and like 50 guys. The obvious one is the Trinity, the Christian Trinity. There's also trigrams in Taoism. I'm trying to think of the other ones off the top of my head. It's just like an interesting thing to see the bias towards making triangles in many sets of things. Oh, hold on. Hello Salem. Hello Salem 488. Rule of 3 in writing. Yes, the rule of 3 in writing is a classic one. If you are writing a sentence, you will almost always the best way to make a list of things is to list 3 things. If you list more than 3 things, people lose track of your sentence. And if you list only 2 things, people think that you don't have enough examples. It's genuinely shocking how reliable this is. that if you want to list off, 3 examples of sets of three, uh, for example, the rule of three in writing a list, the rule of three in a trilogy. How often do you see a book series that is a duology or a tetralogy? How many tetralogies do you see? Yeah, let's write down how humans are fucking insane. 1,000 X resist. Oh wow, my camera's slowing down. Sybil, have you played 1,000 X resist? Have you seen this game? I think this game is going to. Yeah, this is. I know arguably. Oh yeah, no, you should have heard shit about it. Balatro is not on my mind lately. I am not thinking about Balatro very much lately. I literally forgot about Balatro. Balatro is cool. I'm not saying I dislike Balatro. Let's include one of the games that's always on my mind. Opus Magnum is always on my mind. Hairlines are fighting me a lot more with this style. It's entirely possible, Blue, that you have more experience with dip nibs than I do. I don't know how to do thin lines with dip nibs reliably. They feel like they look really bad. Okay, fair enough. Opus Magnum. Yeah, the inheritance cycle. I don't know the inheritance cycle. I mean, I might have read 1 or 2 books from it, but I'm trying to. I'd have to like look this up. I remember more often the title of an individual book. I'm gonna look it up. I'm literally gonna look it up right now. Inheritance cycle. I'll save Niano the effort of typing out what the heck it is. Oh, Aragon. Okay. This is Aragon. Yeah, I did not read this. No, I was trying to think of. I wasn't sure if I had read the inheritance cycle or not. I have not. The Axe of Cain is the is arguably a tetralogy. It's usually more considered a two sets of 2 duologies. I think that series rules. I recently reread it. It was super good. It was super good on reread. Really held up well to the reread. Let's get some of this ink out of here. That scratch. They're bad. Read it if you want fantasy Star Wars with terrible prose and pacing. Ouch. Yes, fantasy fans are not generally known for their discernment, they're known for their stubbornness. A million's a lot. A million is a lot. A million is so many words. Yeah, that's... I mean, I'm impressed with his... It's less impressive when you know that he is related to the publisher. He's the child of publishers. Yeah. That does take away some of the barrier, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he did still write all the goddamn words. It is coherent. That's true. Yeah. No, I'm. Honestly, writing a C tier novel when you are 15 is still pretty impressive. It's still pretty impressive. But yes, as mentioned, tomorrow we are going to play King of Dragon Pass. Hello, Ryan the Space God. Hello. I am very excited about this. King of Dragon Pass is my favorite game of all time. I'm very excited about doing this. Opus Magnum's on here because Opus Magnum is probably the single game I am the most skilled at out of all video games. I think I'm more skilled at Opus Magnum than I am at any other game I've ever played, which isn't saying a ton, but as people have no doubt noticed, I am a low tier gamer. I am not a gamer god. Play Wizardry 2. I have not played Wizardry. I have not played Wizardry 1 or 2. How much of a math puzzle game is Wizardry? That's the question. Like, it is... The games that I am best at are math optimization puzzles. It is... Oh, I do know that Wizardry is, yeah. No, King of Hearts, there is. There is. And I take pride in my low tier. I I actually haven't played Nubby's Number Factory because I'm very cheap. I don't tend to play new games. I'm pretty good at... It's honestly only the Zachtronics games where I feel like I'm like actually any good at. It's if I had more patience, I'd probably be okay at Balatro, but I don't. I don't have the patience for just resetting over and over and over again. It really took my enthusiasm out of it. Nubby stimulates all glands. Fair enough. Fair enough. And probably have some glands that haven't gotten much use in a while. I could use the exercise. All the games you love are really old. Archa, this game is from 1999. King of Dragon Pass is from 1999. Those glands are for Pride Month. Get out there. I don't like going to parades. I like staying at home. I like vibing. But no, I'm pretty good at Opus Magnum. I'm pretty okay at Space Chem. I haven't beaten it yet, so I shouldn't speak I shouldn't try to speak a big game here. But Exapunks made a lot of sense to me. Hello, Jazzahall. Hello, Jazzahall. Thank you for shouting out one of the worst games of all times. um, thank you for shouting out one of the absolute worst games of all fucking time. Good lord. I'm genuinely curious what kind of mind, what kind of power because I can't remember very many 99 games. I can remember a lot of 97s and 98s, but I can't remember very many 99s because 97 is Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy Tactics, Bushido Blade, and Saga Frontier were all 1997, and Metal Gear Solid is 98. Age of Empires 2, I think, is 99. I mean, Jazzle Hall, I know why it was the first 1999 game you think of, because you are powered by your rage at terrible games. Yeah, my Bushido Blade's great. Quiet sigh. Bushido Blade rules, and it's why I really hate melee combat in almost all modern games that have it. Oh yeah, System Shock 2. No, Jazzahol, because that's a good game. System Shock 2 is a good game. System Shock 2 is a good game, and you think first of the bad games because you are powered by rage. You are powered by anger, so of course you think about Omicron, the Nomad Soul. I'm genuinely curious as to what kind of power that man, David Cage, has over Hollywood people. Because the number of people who look at David Cage and are like, oh, this guy's incredible. Like, he got David Bowie to work for him for free for Omicron. Like, he just pitched Omicron to David Bowie, and David Bowie was like, oh, I have to be in this. I have to be in this. And it's like, what, why? What about this man made you convinced? What kind of power do you have? You imagine cocaine was involved? Quite possibly. If you described Omicron. Okay, actually, that's a good point, Jazzahol, that Omicron is a good testament to one of my biggest principles in art, which is that execution is better than concept. I am unimpressed by concepts at this point in my life. Concept art, maybe, but you cannot impress me by just describing the themes in a work. That's not enough. You need to demonstrate that they were accomplished, that they were executed successfully. It's not enough to describe the concepts. Most favorite thing about David Cage when I play the game, I open the fridge and completely abnormal shit is in there. One of my favorite Twitter threads of all time, I believe it was Kyle Plant Emoji, made a thread where it was a poll. And the poll was, do you store your salt in the fridge or the freezer? The degree to which people got mad about this. The extent to which people made... I love The Vegetarian. Yeah, The Vegetarian's incredible. The Vegetarian's an amazing book. I love The Vegetarian. Wild, colorful sci-fi open world with a shooter and fighting game elements where you jump between bodies. Yeah, right. It should sound pretty good. Yeah, no, yeah. I think I was the one who got Nanoturt. I think I'm the one who got Mixed to read it. The Vegetarian's so good. The Vegetarian is so good, folks. It's so good. I think it's in my recommendations down below. The Vegetarian's amazing. Yeah, it's I mean, Sybil, you are reminding me of in a Veilfisk video, one of the characters in Veilfisk in the video revealed that his fridge had condiments, beer, and a package of moldy grapes. 10-minute meltdown. Yeah, you had a 10-minute meltdown during your David Cage skate-a-thon. Put in the cage. Cage is despicable. My main thing about Cage is that I think that David Cage is a writer who has managed to trick people into thinking he is deep when he is merely misogynistic. Like that is the actual real theme of David Cage's work is that women deserve to suffer. That's the only thing he's really got. But because he is French, if you are French and misogynistic at the same time, a lot of people think that is artistic depth. Yeah. I think that's a reasonable description of what he's of his project. I'm just trying to figure a good thing to start writing from. Let's go with hello, Emperor's Armpits. Good morning, Emperor's Armpits. I hope that you had a lovely night. Yeah, if you are French or misogyny gains heritage. It's not a flaw, it's just heritage. It's heritage. It's heritage, not hate, as they say. Trying to figure out the right way to fill this dip. Juicy right there. I'm gonna do some Lao Tzu. No, that's brutal. That is brutal, Archa. That is brutal. That is awful. I'm sorry. David Cage is still working? I thought he was done. Jesus. That is brutal. thought he had already made retirement money. Is the devil ever done? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We will never escape the cage. Arch, it is entirely possible the person simply didn't like your work and it was just saying something to be hurtful. Because I do think I've seen people start using, wow, your art looks like AI, in the same way that people often say, you know, oh, you should go to therapy, and they don't really mean that you should go to therapy, they just mean that they don't like you. Hold on a second. Bit of a problem here. I'll confess to being a person who is not the strongest at picking out AI art. It's not something I'm super strong at because I'm not a drawer, right? I'm not a drawer, and I'm not very visually motivated. So I tend to look at art only very, very quickly. Oh, geez, blue sky. Blue sky is already falling apart. It's dreadful. Yeah, the creepy hands is the tell that I tend to have. There we go. Taylor again said there's few highly reliable labelers. Ooh, that's pretty good. Hands are tricky to draw. I've been told the hands are very tricky to draw. I would say, I will say that I think that if AI art didn't exist and I saw AI art with those kind of creepy hands, I would assume that it was people with a very strange fetish, which a respectable type of artist, you know, strange fetishes. But it's not, unfortunately. The unfortunate poor Zipshit making AI art of Kamala and Trump. Oh, God. Alright, we are getting ads in 1 minute. I'm going to get up and use the bathroom and take a little stretch break. I will see you all in a few minutes. I love you very much. Please stand by and relax. I return. I return. I return. I would say that, not to worry too much about that, Archa, that your signature is the purpose of signature is not to necessarily be pretty, but to be unique. That's especially for a arts signature, for a visual signature. The important part is that it's simultaneously unusual and unobtrusive. Those are all you really want. There's really kind of nothing else to it. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, this looks dreadful. My calligraphy has been really bad all day. I'll continue through this quote, but I'm wondering if I just should not be on Gothic today. Today's just a gothless day. There we go. All right. Let's see. Mollycoddling's a pretty good word. I'm just gonna take a look at something here. There we go. Just yeah. I mean, there's actually a kind of an interesting thing where the lack of cursive knowledge is starting to become a macroscopic problem, particularly for history studies. Like this is like a real concern that historians have, that the entire discipline is going to be negatively impacted by the lack of people knowing how to read and write in cursive. Uh, Extra lessons specifically for dyslexia? That's pretty neat. I would say, though, that one of those things that I have found kind of amusing in my life is that despite the fact that it is highlighted so frequently as a low utility skill that was like the thing that we wasted time on in school learning, I've gotten a lot of use out of knowing cursive. Like, I've done a lot of work where I had to do a lot of in-person interviewing. And being able to handwrite as fast as other people can talk is extremely strong. An extremely useful thing to be able to do. My camera is being really annoying, and I think what I am learning here is that I really need to invest in some better arms for holding my cameras. One-hour segment, third grade. Whew. Whew. That's rough. I'd been doing calligraphy for years by the third grade. Uh, uh, see, poverty kids are going to STEM careers. Oh no, yeah. Typing class was incredibly useful. Typing class was incredibly useful. I need to get back to speed typing. I I can't. The idea that a school wouldn't teach you typing is crazy to me. And King of Hearts, I actually signed up for a Guilty as Sock collab entirely because of that. Literally no other reason. I don't know what it is at all. Went to a G&T school. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Mavis Beacon taught me the way the world works. Yeah, no, I don't know what I would do to reform public school systems to fix them. I think I got a much better education than most Americans did. Yeah, I went to a fairly small school. Yeah, Shark Ray. No, yeah, definitely smaller classroom sizes as much as possible. It's worth saying that the limiting factor on classroom sizes is the teachers is having enough teachers. And so then the question is, how do you get more people just in general to sign up to be teachers and to stick to being teachers, right? Because I can tell you, there are many, many ways in which I am a very preferred person. A very stereotypical person to be a teacher. And I know why I'm not a teacher. And that's fundamentally just that it's, oh, is it time for you to sleep, Sybil? Please sleep well. Please sleep well. Thank you for showing up, Sybil. Thank you for rating, Sybil. Absolutely, absolutely, Sybil. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. But yes, I did not become a teacher because it's being a teacher is a low prestige, low pay job. Yeah. Hello, Evie. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Hello, Die Tigress. Hello. Welcome in. Yeah. It is a job that does not seem worth it. Uh, yeah. It's and sociology here, sociologist nerd here for a moment. Teacher has in the past been a very high prestige job. And I just flat out, I think the reason why it has dropped in prestige is that it's teacher wages have extremely not kept pace with inflation. Teacher used to be a decently well-paying job, and now it's not. And Americans are acutely aware that we pay people commensurately with how much we respect them. That is how American society actually works in practice. And there may be some way to increase teacher prestige that is not just giving them more cash, but it's not going to be any of the things that we're currently doing. Well, I digress. That's something that's changed over time and backwards and forwards. Teachers have a lot of my teachers are very generalist. More prestigious to learn there than to teach. Yep, yep, yep. Uh, there we go. It's not just like being paid for dealing with the bullshit. It's also, teachers are expected to do a lot of unpaid overtime. They're expected to do a lot. They're a thing that strikes me as a person who went on to be a professor. So, technically speaking, I was teaching teenagers. Not all of my students were teenagers, but I had a lot of 18 and 19-year-olds and the occasional 16 and 17-year-old in my classrooms. Oh, hold on. Well, it's the thing is that we have increased the demand on what we expect from them in terms of that ability to connect. And the thing, yes, I'm sorry, I kind of drifted off there a little bit. The expectation for me was this is one of those things I remember being very striking about being a professor versus being a high school teacher. When I talked to my friends who became high school teachers, was that if my students didn't show up to class, if my students failed because they didn't show up to class, that was their problem, right? That was, you know, if somebody signed up for the class and showed up for the first 2 weeks and then never showed up again and they failed the class on attendance grounds, too bad, so sad. If you're a high school teacher, and that happens, the teacher is responsible, right? The teacher is held into this position of you are not just supposed to teach them math, you are supposed to be responsible for their entire home life. Right? You're responsible for their entire home life. You're responsible for their criminal behavior. You are responsible for everything that happens in this student's entire life. Their nutrition, their drug use, and it's just such a ridiculous amount of responsibility to give to somebody who is making delivery driver wages. Yeah, it's very strange. It's very, very strange. And I think that there's something to be said here about the failure of our society in general to figure out what we're supposed to do with kids. Never had this is your problem. You this class. Yes, this was I will say Shark Raid, this was something that uh, I noticed about my students was that my students who were adults already, my non-traditional students, as we called them, were incredible. Were incredible. Uh, hold on. Father went from a teacher to a therapist at schools and was very similar and underpaid. Oh yeah, that's dreadful. Yeah, King of Hearts. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't do it. Was I looked at the amount of prestige, the amount of responsibility, and the amount of pay, and I was like, these are not commensurate. These are not commensurate. Um, Funny stories? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I've got a funny story from being a high school professor. I liked being a high school professor, not high school professor, college professor. Why did I say high school professor? Brain fart right there. Um, I do remember having a student who was a pro gamer. That was surprising. He was actually pretty good. He failed, unfortunately. Um, that's not even like a funny story. That's just a frustrating story. I had a couple students like this who would get into like finals week and would they'd be doing fine. They'd be at like a B minus, B plus going into finals week, and then they just wouldn't hand in a final paper. And it's like, well, that was 30+% of your grade, so now you went from an 82 to a 52, so you're done. You failed the class, and you were doing fine. It was very frustrating to me, it was very frustrating when it was good students who did that. When it was students who were unremarkable, I didn't care that much about failing students who just like didn't show up. Like if a student didn't show up since like week 2, it's your money to throw away. You just throw away some money, but if you were like a perfectly good student, that was frustrating. I did have a student who I'm pretty sure that that's what happened, was that they had some family challenges and couldn't keep showing up. She was actually doing phenomenally. I was actually really annoyed about that one. I had a student who was a single mother, and it was pretty clear that her life was kind of deteriorating over the course of the semester. She was actually a phenomenal student, and I thought she was whip smart. She did not think of herself as smart, which was very tragic. She really, I think she had a life that had involved a lot of people telling her some unnecessarily harsh things about herself. But she was whip smart, and I remember like as the semester went on, she needed to like start like her kid needed to come to class with her a few times, and the kid was fine. The kid was fine. It was something that I was accepting of. I didn't the first time. He sat there and he colored in his coloring book, and she took notes, and it was fine. And so I just let him come the next couple times. It was a kind of experimental thing. I didn't really know what to do the first time she asked me. But it was kind of clear that she didn't really tell me directly, but I could kind of tell that her life was kind of falling apart. And I tried to accommodate her, but Didn't show up to the final. I can't do anything about that. The college had rules about what I was allowed to give makeup credit for. There were rules about how I was allowed to distribute points. I wasn't allowed to make the final worth nothing. I had to have the final be worth a certain number of points, and there were regulations about what percentages were passing and A's and B's and stuff like that. There were rules, and my hands were a little bit tied there, and she didn't tell me why she didn't show up to the final. I couldn't, yeah. Hello, Uwo Owo Snuggy Wuggy Nyanya. I did what I could, and also if she had told me, I would have had more ability to do something about it. She could have taken and also it's worth saying, the professors can't give W's as a rule. I don't know about at every university, but professors cannot give W's. W's are given by the administration. Those are administrative. They're not academic. I took some W's, yeah. Yeah. My own self. I've got a couple. I had a couple W's because I got sick in college. I think a lot of people do, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a withdrawal. It's a withdrawal. Yeah, it's a withdrawal. Yeah, it's a null, right? It's a nullification of you taking the class. It's like it marks down that you signed up for the class, but it's just administratively you signed up for the class. Yeah, depending on when you withdraw, you can get a refund. Depending on this, those are school rules, right? Yeah, no, it was a. Oh, 2/3 is pretty late. I thought it was like depending. Yeah, it was like halfway. I think that my school was halfway, but I can't remember precisely because it was a long time ago, and it was that was not really my concern very much. I was very concerned with conveying my material effectively and efficiently, and that was a little bit more administrative than I was particularly worried about. Oh. Oof. I don't know exactly where you live, Archia, but it's pretty common in American schools. They don't usually tell you super very much about it because it's one of those things that's like there's not a lot to say about it, and the process is is not like it's not per class. It's not something like your teachers are really going to go over with you. It's something that like you're supposed to get during like orientation. But school orientation doesn't always cover that. So if you didn't get it covered during orientation, then when would you? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, snuggy wuggy nyanya. Yeah. Yeah, that might be part of it, right? Is that like the people who are responsible for telling you about it are the people who have a vested interest in not giving it to you. Okay. Oh, that's dreadful. That L sucks. That's a dreadful L. Um, yeah, take a look. Take a look for it, Archie. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes life kicks you in the nuts. Yeah. Sometimes life is like that. All right, King of Hearts. Have a good night. Have a good night. Because it was US. Oh, okay. So, did you go to? Were you at West Point? Snuggy Wuggy Nyanya? Or yet something else that just was affiliated with the military? Ah, Norwich. Okay. Yeah, it's the Rotzi stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I will say, Shark Ray, as a professor, I actually was not very informed about what I could have done to help my students with financials. I would have sent them to the bursar. Right, that would have been what I do. I think I know why the eye is twitching, and it's for a very dumb reason. Um, hmm. If my right eye is twitching, I think that is because this part of my pen is crossing the camera's line of sight to my over my right eye. I think that is causing that. I think that's causing that, which is pretty funny. I am not happy with my calligraphy today. I'm really unhappy with it. Hmm. Not sure what is happening here. I Sorry. That was not intended. That was not intended at all. Hmm. Oh no. I've actually been playing Night Rain. Snuggy Wuggy Nya Nya. I don't own base Elden Ring, but I do own Night Rain. I'm very bad at it, is what has happened. I am very, very bad at it. Uh, um, what do you think about this? Hi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. We might be able to fit this. Let's I've tried both with MNK and with controller. I haven't been happy with either. Mouse and keyboard has been driving me a little bit insane in Night Rain because they lock a lot of keys. You're just like flat out not allowed to modify a whole bunch, rebind a whole bunch of keys. It's really driving me nuts. You cannot rebind map. Map can only be on M. Which makes me really cranky because I really like using tab for map ever since Diablo 2. All right, feed your kids. Feed your kids. Don't let your kids starve because you're watching a VTuber. I've mostly been playing Night Rain solo. But yeah, you can't change the map key from M. It can only ever be M. And it doesn't like certain mouse keys. So I was prepared to do the two-hand keyboard style, which is how I played Doom, was two-hand keyboard. There's a solo mode. Yeah, oh, okay, they're talking about adding a... They don't think it's balanced for that, yeah. Oh! Crap, DM me again. DM me again. Send me a DM reminder. Send me a DM reminder. Yeah, sorry. I knew that there was one DM that I had left hanging that I hadn't done that I was waiting on. That was like on my end. That was on my end that I was like, what was I supposed to do? That was on me. That was on me. Uh, oh yeah, just DM me. Okay. Then that means there's somebody else I owe a DM to. There's somebody else I owe a DM to. There's at least 3 people who I owe DMs to right now. Um, I think I should be just writing this down. Um, uh, but yeah, I was trying to do double keyboard, 2-hand keyboard style. So like WASD over here, and then my right side on usually numpad. I've done right hand on numpad for a few games, and this seemed like a good culprit game for it. But you can't bind plus sign for some baffling reason. You can't bind plus sign, minus sign, semicolon, brackets, parentheses. Yeah, I don't get it. I've got no idea. I've got nothing. And you can't rebind map. Again, you can't rebind map. I'm going crazy. And it feels insane to me, especially after Helldivers came out, because Helldivers bindings are incredible. Hellbinders is incredible because Hellbinders lets you, like, no, this is FromSoft. This is FromSoft. Uh, possible. It probably won't tolerate a lot of modding because it's a um, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's a multiplayer game that has anti-cheat on it. So I'd be surprised if it had any sort of mod support. Oh god, that's so annoying. That's a lot of work just to play a game. That's a lot of work just to play a game. Well, I'm playing Night Rain for like 20 minutes every other day. I haven't had this problem before. Last time I had this problem was original Doom, and that's because the only way to change the controls is in the .ini file. Which you should just play on ZDoom. Just play on ZDoom. All right, so let's. I just like I've also never run into another game that just locks you out of using certain keys on the keyboard. That's the part that's like really goofy to me. Like semicolon? What is somebody accomplishing with semicolon that's cheating? How is the semicolon button cheating? Oh, bad ports of console games. Oh, then maybe that's Night Rain. Maybe that's Night Rain. It's so strange. I'm actually kind of happy with this stuff right now. The code itself only has like X slots for input, so I pick a series of buttons. Oh my goodness. Brutal. They have a controller that only has X total possible inputs. ASWD. Do you mean? Oh, like I guess the movement set WASD. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, partially in that like there's a non-trivial case for just literally moving over one set of letters. Like not even that far, just one set of letters. What the heck was that? Sorry, I'm hmm. Okay, let's turn off the lightbox coon. When all under heaven know beauty as beauty, already there's ugliness. When everyone knows goodness, this accounts for badness. Being and non-being give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complete each other. Long and short form each other. High and low fulfill each other. Tone and voice harmonize with each other. Front and back follow each other. It is ever thus. Chapter 2 of the Tao Te Ching. Pretty good little passage. Pretty nice little passage. We are about this kind of shows this kind of basic showcase of Taoist principles that there is always that things breed their own opposites, that opposing pairs are ooh, I do love Li Bai. Okay, yeah, then they definitely didn't send to me because somebody sent me something very short. Somebody sent me questions about a very short com. I will check it after stream because I try not to check my DMs during stream. But yeah, this is a nice little showcase of this Taoist principle of duality, right? Of duality. Hello, Kayukuma. Hello, hello, hello. Evie, I recommend going to bed. How you doing, Kayakuma? We are about to hit the ad breaks. So I'm going to hit the ad break, and I might swap off of doing calligraphy. This is bad. Like I don't know. My hands are not cooperating with me right now. I don't know if I just needed more sleep or if I needed to work out more today. Or if I didn't eat enough, but they're not doing what I want them to do. There's a lot of skips and there's a lot of skips and slides on this that there shouldn't be. There's places where I can see skips. There's places where I can see unevenness that are definitely the cause of like me not pulling at the right one. That said, yeah, no, go to bed. I will be going on the ad break to facilitate you going to bed. And when we come back, I'll figure out what I'm doing. Entirely possible I will be doing Wordle when we get back. So I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art gallery. Okay, I am back. I am back. I am back. Lightbox Coon is like on fire. I did not. I went up to. I took a little bit of a stretch walk, and then when I came back to my room, I could smell the Lightbox Coon has running a little bit hot, so I should definitely give him a break. Also, my elbow hurts because I was holding it. I was holding my pen in a bad position. So, I'm going to be taking a break from that. We're going to be doing the dolls. We're going to be doing the dolls. And just to... I don't know if that'll be the cooldown or not. So let me just change the category to just chatting. I do think I slept a little bit poorly, so this might not be as long as I had hoped. We're at 4 hours, so that's not the worst. But I don't know that we'll be going to like 8 hours today. I don't know that we'll be doing like an 8-hour plus stream today. So we're going to do the dolls. We're going to be doing the dolls. So let's start with the easy one. Crave. And... so there's no R, there's no E. So it's not going to be alarm, it's not going to be a part. It might be... No, it's not going to be assets. It's not going to be assets. Tempt me so you don't spoil yourself. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. Nope, not going to be assist. Let's try talkie. Okay, okay. No K, so it's also not tanky. Let's try tawny. Not tawny. These guys love tawny, though. They love tawny. This type of nerd absolutely loves tawny. Taffy? Okay, it was taffy. Goofy. It was taffy. No. And now Tradle... Get away. 12 billion. 12 billion, and the biggest export is soybeans, and the second is electricity. Bovine meat, edible offal, concentrated milk, animal organs. 12 billion, of which almost a billion of cow. Almost a billion of cow. And then soybeans and electricity. So this is an incredibly poor country. This is an incredibly poor country in terms of incredibly underdeveloped country, but that's actually quite a lot of exports for this underdeveloped. This is an unusual one. This is an unusual one. This is an unusual one. Let's take a look more at these vegetable products. So it's rice, wheat, corn, bananas, sorghum. Sorghum. You know where you don't see sorghum? You don't see it in Europe. So let's think about this. Let's go. I think we're in Africa. I think we are in Africa. Africa landlocked. It's definitely not Eswatini. Because I know Eswatini is well under $1 billion, and I'm reasonably sure it's not Lesotho. It's not going to be Zaire. Well, the Republic of the Congo. It's not going to be the Republic of the Congo. It's not going to be Tanzania. It's not going to be any of the Central African states because they export enough tanks that would show up on here. Let's try... I want to try Botswana. Okay, no, it's not Botswana. We are way off with Botswana. That is extremely off. Okay, I'm completely off base here. Soybeans 8,000 kilometers. Is 8,000 kilometers the Atlantic distance, or is that going to get us all the way into the Pacific? There's no way it can be in the Pacific. There's no way that this is specific. Bolivia, maybe? Oh, very close. Very close with Bolivia. Paraguay. Paraguay. Okay, Paraguay. I did not realize that Paraguay was... I had just assumed that Paraguay was more developed. I had just assumed it would be more developed, that had more secondary exports. Okay. Easy peasy. Algeria, one of the more unique shaped countries. 7 neighbors of Algeria. Why is it loading so slow? I mean, I know a couple of them off the top of my head. Tunisia. Oh, this might need a refresh. What the heck is happening here? Looks like Worldle is broken. So we go over to Flag Doku. Horizontal. I mean, I can take a look. What's my resource management looking like? VTube Studio is using more RAM than everything else combined. Yeah. VTS is a hog. Yeah, Firefox is 3rd place. Let's just try red, white, green. Okay, so it's not going to be Russia. It's not going to be Russia. I was about to slam into Russia. Okay, clear, and let's try Italy here. Okay, so this is what they mean by vertical bands versus horizontal bands. Okay, that's what they mean by vertical versus horizontal. Green, red, white only. All the indicated colors and no others. That's tricky. That's tricky. Same letter thrice. Same letter thrice is a little bit tricky. Same letter thrice. This is Ireland. Vertical bands, island is Ireland. Same letter thrice and island. Horizontal bands. Green, red, white only bands in Africa are the tricky ones. The African flags are going to get me. South Home for here. It's not good. Madagascar. Oh, that was the flag of the day. Cool. Sao Tome. Africa and red, white, green only. Trying to remember my African flags. Red, white, and green only. It's not going to be South Africa, because South Africa has black. Egypt has black. Somalia is blue. It's not Liberia, duh. Red, white, green. White, green. Wait, hold on. We just had this guy, right? Is that Algeria? Vertical bar. So it's Ireland, Algeria? Same letter thrice in vertical bands. France, no. Netherlands, no. That's actually kind of surprising. It took me a second to go through that. Netherlands, no. Russia is not horizontal bars. Russia and Germany are the two I think of. Horizontal bands. Chile, no. Argentina, no. Who's horizontal bands and is Hi Wande. I'll accept a guess. Try to keep yourself calm on this one. And canton lines are excluded. So hold on. Let me try this for a second here. You can't keep it in your pants. Hold on a second. Let's think about this for a second. What are some flags with bands in them? Montenegro? No. Paraguay? What's Paraguay's flag? Oh yeah, Paraguay. Paraguay. Jamaica doesn't have bands. Ooh, Jamaica does. Oh no, Jamaica's 3 letters and an island. Dang it. So I got excited. I get excited about the chance to use Jamaica. North Korea, no. Only 2. I was only in there twice. That would have been fun to use. Same letter thrice and vertical bands. Let's go for the silliest option. Nope. No, okay, they're not counting those as vertical bands, the little bastards. The little bastards are not counting that as vertical bands. So horizontal Paraguay. Algeria. And Sao. Let's start Cabo. I'm just kind of curious. Cape Verde. What's your flag? Oh, Cape Verde would have. Oh, Cape Verde would have worked for this one. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna reset that. Cape Verde. There we go. And this I did. No, not Madagascar. Let's do Comoros. Oh, Comoros also would have worked there. I meant to type in Seychelles anyway. I feel silly. Algeria, Madagascar. Same letter thrice. Paraguay. I want to redo this because I can't figure out who else is red, green, white only and is I can't remember who else would qualify as red, green, white only. Oh wait, hold on. I think I might have one in mind, but let's do Italy. And then same letter thrice with vertical bars. I think this is Bulgaria. I think Bulgaria will work here. Yeah, Bulgaria. So same letter thrice The vertical bands. Vertical. Yeah, I keep on wanting it to be France. I keep on going, France. It's like, no, that doesn't work. Are we allowed to use state flags again? Do they allow us to use state flags again? What states have... Alaska does have the same letter thrice, but yeah, they do. They're letting us to. Yeah, no, I can't. Mexico won't work because it's a. Yeah, no, those ones we've already got, but we need verts. We need verts. Who the heck has vert flags? Oh wait, hold on. Vertical bands, same letter thrice. Hold on. Do they have the hideous... No, they don't have the hideous European Union flag. What pride flags are vertical? Are there any pride flags that are vertical as opposed to horizontal? Because that's the funniest option. That's very deeply funny to me. The emojis are so small. It's true. It's true. They are tiny. Arizona's a no. Arizona's a no. We can spend all night on this one. But I don't think we need to. What municipal flags do I know? Provo only has 2 letters. Dang it. Phoenix, nothing. New York City flag is just a piece of crap. Flag of New Jersey is just a seal on a bed sheet, right? That's just a bed sheet seal. That doesn't have bars. New York State is awful. New York State is just a seal on a bed sheet, but New York City's is still bad. New York City's does have bands. It just sucks. Georgia doesn't have 3 repeating letters. Mississippi does have 3 repeating letters, but I don't think it has the right layout of... I think it would be horizontal. I think this count as horizontal for these purposes. Oh... I'm giving myself a headache here trying to think about this one. 3 letters repeating us. This is it's like engaging 2 very different parts of my brain to try to think about this one. United Kingdom was a good one. Hold on a second. No, that's not going to work. I was thinking about Kazakhstan, but no, it doesn't have that. No, Tajikistan doesn't have 3 repeating letters. Have a good night. Have a good night, Tigress. Have a good night. Have a good night. It was a pleasure to have you here. Kyrgyzstan doesn't have 3 letters repeating. Lebanon doesn't have the same 3 letters, same letter 3 times. Indonesia doesn't. China doesn't. Bangladesh doesn't, which is... Afghanistan does, but doesn't have the right type of flag. Azerbaijan... Azerbaijan, it's like the other way, right? It's Ireland, so I'm going for the middle. I'm saving it for last because once you enter a 9th one, it just ends. Going crazy here. I am thinking about the Caribbeans right now. So it's not St. Kitts, it's not Jamaica, it's not going to be Dominica. It's not gonna be Trinidad because those are diagonal stripes. It's not gonna be Barbados because that's the wrong, doesn't have the right combination of letters. It's not gonna be, what's Bahamas flag? It's not gonna be Costa Rica, wrong combination of letters. It's not gonna be El Salvador. Is there two L's in no, there's only two L's in El Salvador. Oh. This came up yesterday. Guatemala. That was tough. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. What was your suggestion, Wande? Who did you have in mind? Oh, they erased my record. Goodbye. Goodbye, 9 streak of using Ireland in Jamaica. Hello, Kirill. Arguably. I did a few hours of calligraphy, but I think my calligraphy turned out really bad. So I am doing some doles to try to regain some dignity here on the twitch.tv. How are you doing, Kirill? How are you doing? Give the shout out to the person who doesn't stream. You were just chatting, of course you were. That's a cute sit emote. But no, I want to know what your guess was one day. What Caribbean nation were you thinking about? I don't want to play an app. What are you talking about? Well, that's Japan. That's Japan. St. Vincent. Oh. Yeah, there's no vertical prides I can think of. I always like to get the pride flags when I can. You were in a stream on Saturday, and by that you mean you walked into a culvert for a creek? Nice. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So... Ooh. So this is Japan. Country sedan. I think I could look up this movie. I think I could actually like look up this movie. Just looking around to see if I can find a newspaper date or something. Paris. Seven women. The Wings of Eagles. Sworn to secrecy. Nobody sees a date around here, do they? I'll be pissed off. I'm kind of thrown because this is like a lot of hiragana for like the 30s. We got some white fucking people here. I want to say this is like 1955. That's what I want to say. I want to say 1955. I'll say it's Tokyo 1955. That's what I want to say. It's not Kyoto. I know too much about what Kyoto looks like. First gen Ford country sedan. When were those made? '52 to '74. Okay, okay. So let's call it. Let's just round it to 1960 then. I think we go much later. We're likely to see this. This guy looks familiar. This guy looks familiar. This is some dipshit, isn't it? Hold on. I can look her. Let's try to read this. Maureen O'Hara. Okay, Maureen O'Hara. Tande Irie. That doesn't tell me very much. There we go, John Wayne. I knew it. I was like, that looks like John Wayne. That looks like John Wayne. John Wayne pilot. I'm gonna Google John Wayne pilot. It's not jet pilot. It's not jet pilot because it's starring Janet Leigh. I think Maureen O'Hara is actually the better person to look for. Maureen O'Hara. Well, it's not going to tell me much. It's just going to put it floor. Yes, that's actually a very good point. That's actually a very, very good point. I figured it's not going to be the same year. It's going to be at least a year later. It's going to be at least a year later. Oh, she's in a ton of things with John Wayne. Oh, Wings of Eagles is 1957. This movie is 1957. This movie is 1957. I'm calling it 19... let's call it 1959. 1959 Tokyo. 2 years off. It was 1957. Okay. It was 1957. Okay. 1957 in central Tokyo. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, so it was the same year. It was the same year. I mean, the other thing, though, is, like, yes, there's reasons why it might be delayed a long time, but there's also another... But, like, also, like, the slapdash production standards in the past meant that, like... Like John Wayne was producing, like, multiple movies a year. Hold on. Hold on. Am I being fucked with? Is that supposed to be Canadian? Are they fucking with me? Is this Quebec? The Defense Boulevard Circular. Canadian. Serge Point. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's Europe. Good call, good call, good call. I'm surprised you can make out anything happening on those license plates. I'm losing my mind trying to look at them. That's a very aggressive French sign. Literally going to look up what so Nantes, Serge Point, Pontois, Velvet Underground. They're too wide to be Canadian. Yeah, the VOO. Okay, so we're in Paris. because the defense circular. I don't know enough. Oh, there's Sergi. There's Sergi. Sergi Pontois. So 150 meters to Sergi Pontois on... What is this? Put it there. Nanterre is a Paris suburb. I think so too. So here's Sergi... Nanterre, Sergi Pontois. Here's Sergi Pontois. And it's the exit to that, so I'm guessing it's here. And... Oh, wait, hold on. Whatever, that's close enough. The bigger problem is going to be the year. Do I have a good reason to not put it at 1970? These buildings are ridiculous. I feel like I don't have a good reason to not put it at 1970. Now, let's put it at 68. It's France. If something happens in France, it's safe to assume it's 1968. 9 years off, 77. Okay. And 11 miles. That's not bad. I'll take 11 miles. Yeah. That's pretty bad for a year, but that's pretty fine for location. I knew that the year was going to get me. Police notice. Kavanaugh Bridge. The use of this bridge. (1867). Is this Hong Kong? Or Singapore? Malayan. Yeah, I always get something film versus digital. Yeah, that's important to me. This is why I'm not going to put this in 1977. This one's definitely not 1977. You know that way better than I do. You are much more intelligent about that than I am. Yeah, no, this is Malayan, Singapore. Also, I mean, these plants look wrong for Hong Kong, right? I think it's Singapore. You do know way more about film than I do. So this is Singapore. These shirt patterns make me think 1990. There is a date on here, but the date is 1859 to 1867, which is not helpful. It's definitely not 1859 to 1867 in here. Is there anything else on here that would tell me date other than the clothes and the film grain? I'm thinking 1990. I'm thinking Singapore in 1990. And we have a name for a bridge, so we can try to fine tune this a little bit. Johor Singapore Causeway. Kranjue. This is a very short bridge from the looks of it. Benjamin Shears Bridge. My Chemical Romance. And Benjamin Shears Bridge again. Oh, yep, they're using it twice. Fullerton Road, Anderson Bridge. Kavanaugh Bridge. Here's the Kavanaugh Bridge. The film is giving you 80s, 90s. I'm looking at this shirt pattern. It feels 1990 to me. Take a guess. 1 year off, 89. I will take that. 21 meters. 21 meters. Yeah, the waist on the jeans. Yeah, 21 meters. Ooh. 21 meters. This is one of my best ones I've ever done. 21 meters. Incredible. I could have gotten closer if I had thought about it a little bit harder. If I had thought about it a little bit harder, I would have been able to do that. If I had thought about it just like a little bit harder. Because I was like, yeah, it has to be off of the bridge. I'm pretty good at Time Guesser. I'm a lot better at Time Guesser than I am at Dark Souls. Cinzano, Host, Canada, en todo Mexico, 7-Up, Mad, Telefunken, Moto, Islo, President Soda, Delicados, Bilko, Brazil. These haircuts make me think 1980s at the earliest. Hello. Aziza is my sister. Check out Aziza. Check her out. How was Schedule 1? How was Schedule 1? I mean, I will say Kayakuma, I was really helped out by the fact that there was a literal named landmark on there that was unique on the entire planet. That really did help. Having a literal named landmark. You want to say 70s, 80s? Yeah, 70s sounds right to me. Is this the English flag? This is the English jersey? It's like 3 lions, right? So, these guys are white as hell. England 70s. It's the shorts and these wristbands. Also, some of these haircuts are very 70s. The combination of these like really conservative haircuts with long sideburns is very 70s. And this has to be like Mexico, right? So Socks stopping below the knees. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you don't want shin guards going over the knees. That's going to be a real challenge. I want to know. No, I want the list of where the World Cup has been hosted. Footballer kits for England. Oh my goodness, yeah. England. I mean, it could be out somewhere else that speaks Spanish, but okay. I am going with, let's go with Mexico City and 1970. And I was 280 miles off. That stings, but that's fine. That's football. Yes, football. All right. Good one. Oh, okay. Is that Kubrick? Who the fuck is this? This is somebody. It's like historic geoguesser. Yes, that's correct, Archio. I mean, this is Nixon. Yeah, it's Tricky Dick and some... I will say, Kirill, the way I looked it up was I looked up when was the last... I looked up years that Mexico hosted the games. The World Cup. And they could have fooled me. It could have been the Olympics. This wasn't the Iron and Wine guy? Yeah, the Iron and Wine guy's way taller, though. Actually, wait, no, Nixon's tall. I mean, the guy on the left is Nixon, if you're wondering. If anybody's at all confused, the guy on the left is Nixon. That's Richard Nixon. Because that's what, like, all of my uncles look like, and Charles Manson, and I think Kubrick looked like that at some point. It's what you would get if you somehow managed to mash young George Lucas and old George Lucas together. Yeah, so many white guys look exactly like that. It looks like the Lincoln Monument, but also looks like a set. That's what's throwing me, is that looks like a set. It looks very fake. What the heck is this? (14A). I mean, I've looked like this at I've looked like this at points in my life. It could be yeah, this looks like a friggin' lightsaber prop. This 14A feels critical to me. Like, this isn't sometimes non-white dudes. Yeah, those braziers, the braziers. I was calling them braziers, even though I was wrong. Yeah, the lighting looks wrong too, right? It looks very movie set to me. But it could be DC. I think it's either DC. I'm still gonna put it down as DC. It feels like a movie set to me. I will kick myself in the nerds if it's not on the National Mall. It's actually not. There's no way it's Lincoln. There's no way it's Lincoln. Lincoln's too open. Could be here. But the Lincoln's way more open looking than that. It's definitely not Lincoln. This is West Edmonton Mall. I mean, this is the fake National Mall for the US. The real National Mall is in Minneapolis. Should I just call it 1970? Well, the thing is, like, there's a good reason why this would be in California, right? There's actually a really good reason for this to be in California, which is that Nixon was governor of California. Right. I think they're fucking with me. I think this is I think they're tricking with I think they're messing with me here. I think they're messing with me. Yeah, Nixon was California, wasn't he? Yeah. Nixon's from California. Oh, he lost his governor race. Oops. Yeah, but Nixon's from California. Nixon's a Californian. Two of our most prominent presidents have been. Two of our most prominent Republicans have been from California. Have we ever had a Democrat from California in the presidency? Let's call it Hollywood. Let's call it Hollywood in 1962. Where's Hollywood? I'm not good at California geography. I'm actually really bad at California geography. LA, Anaheim, Santa Ana, Palmdale, Oxnard, Carlsbad. Where is it? Yeah, we're in SoCal right now. Mexicali, that's Baja. Is Hollywood even going to be on here? Wait, let's call it San Bernardino. Fuck it. San Bernardino in 1962. Let's go. Northwest LA? Okay. Thank you. Let's call it 8 years off. Okay. Okay. Dang it. My first guess would have been right. My first guess would have gotten me like 5,000 points. My first guess would have been like 9,000 points. I thought I tricked myself. I tricked myself. My first guess was the national. Oh, you're right. It was Lincoln Memorial. Okay, I didn't think it was Lincoln. No, he was not. Nixon was Nixon was president during the Vietnam War. Hello, other shots. Hello, hello, hello. You met Lou Wilson's. Ooh, Lou Wilson's there's a real celebrity, not this fake Nixon crap. This is a pretty bad score for me. That one sunk me. That one sunk me. I would have been like 43,000 if I had done that right. No, I've been like 47,000 if I had done that right. Dang, screwed myself. Screwed myself really badly. Okay. The man was literally just a white dude. Yeah. Yep. 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 Okay. Okay. We're on catfishing. We're on catfishing. Catfishing rocks. Catfishing rules. 19th century German male writers, 19th century philosophers, mathematicians, 1845 births. Member of Göttingen. Noodling time. Yeah, we're doing the doles. We're doing the doles. We're doing the doles. Bipolar? Okay, bipolar. It's Cantor, right? Set theorist was I'm sorry, I didn't read it out. So for folks who aren't familiar with this one, this is you guess the article from its categories. You guess the article from its categories. So set theorists from Germany with bipolar, I'm going with Cantor. Yes. 1843 establishments in Denmark. Amusement parks in Denmark. Copenhagen. Human zoos. Human zoos. Human zoos. Human zoos. Human zoos. I've taught this. I've taught this before. I've taught this before because this was a thing that you teach in sociology and anthropology. You teach about human zoos. That was like a popular attraction at a lot of in the 19th century was like kidnapping black people and or Asian people and putting them in a zoo. Tivoli. Okay, Tivoli Park. It was Tivoli Gardens. That's annoying. Not even like freak shows. Not even like freak shows. It was much more academic. Like a freak show, you're supposed to gawk at them because they're like crazy and weird and exciting. That was also a thing, right? Circuses would do that. But no, this was like, oh yeah, it's like watching the gorillas or something like that. It was weirdly. Oh, there's no way I'm gonna get this. There's no way. Young Thug. Political rap songs. Donald Glover songs. Let's try This Is America. Okay, total guesswork there. Total guesswork there. Hello Historia. Hello Historia. Let's give a shout out to you. Hello Historia. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and I am currently a VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. I spent about 4 or 5 hours doing calligraphy today. And now I'm cooling down with some dolls. You're studying music. Yes, you were doing karaoke today, weren't you, Historia? Was it, or were you doing music composition? I thought I saw you listed as doing karaoke. That's what I thought I saw you doing. But yes, I may as well show you're working on covers. Okay. Okay, welcome in Raiders. You got distracted. That happens. But yes, I may as well show the calligraphy that I was working on before. Yes, this is what I was working on before. This is from the Tao Te Ching. This is from chapter 2 of the Tao, the way and its power, as you might know it. When all under heaven know beauty as beauty, already there is ugliness. When everyone knows goodness, this accounts for badness. Being and non-being give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complete each other. Long and short form each other. High and low fulfill each other. Tone and voice harmonize with each other. Front and back follow each other. It's a classic little illustration of Taoism's principle of dualism and duality. I think it's a nice little quote. I tend to use quotes from the Zhuangzi, which is my favorite single piece of ancient philosophy. That tends to be my preferred piece of classic philosophy, but that I felt like mixing it up and using the Tao. I did do a couple of other things today, but my penmanship was off today. People have been reassuring me that it looks fine. I am seeing places where I'm skipping, where things are skipping and they're not doing what I want them to do. So I was feeling pretty frustrated with my calligraphy. Oh, I can see spots where I messed up. This M wiggles. The one that really got me was this, there's a slant here. There's a really bad slant over here. Skipping there. I get cranky about this. Management is the only thing you can see. Time management. This is I list out some skills that I'm currently working on. Japanese language is the thing I'm probably spending the most time working on of late. Cadels, which is a calligraphy skill that is very challenging, that I was putting off for years, and I've recently started learning. I spent an entire 5-hour stream doing nothing but S's, which was pretty fun. Flesh painting, as in I've been painting miniatures, and I'm working on my flesh tones. Baking, I'm always working on my baking. Time management, collab hosting. Note the lack of social media skills. I wonder if one of these days I should hire a social media manager. That might be a good idea. But yes, this is the calligraphy that I was working on today. Thank you again for the raid, Historia. I will do a calligraphy of your name. Oh, we are in ads. Historia, I will do a calligraphy of your name and all the other raiders after stream. It might wait a minute. Have I ever done Ovid? I have not. But I've done John Brown's body like half a dozen times. I was considering doing that today. I like John Brown's body a lot. I tend to do John Brown's body pretty frequently. I go back to the Zhuangzi pretty frequently. Ursula Le Guin. I do a lot of Ursula Le Guin quotes. That's one of my favorites. But yes, we were doing the doles. To try to recover some dignity for me, because like I said, I feel like I messed up a lot. Ovid Ars Amorata. How long is that? Ovid Ars Amorata. That might be a little bit long. 1930 translation. This would take me a very long time. This would take me a very, very long time. The way I usually charge is I usually charge like $5 for something quite short. I haven't really figured out a scale for charging for longer things. Usually I do like $1 for like a bare minimum, for like a word. $5 for like a sentence, and then, or for commercial use, and then for longer things I need to figure out. for longer things, I need to figure it out. But yes, you have my DMs, Historia. You have my DMs, so we can discuss this. I will admit that right now my concern is getting to Offkai. That is my main concern, is Offkai. But like a lengthy passage would probably be like quite a bit. I don't actually have I don't actually like really have a good idea. It would probably be like $100+. Yeah, I'm going to be at Offkai. I'm going to be at Offkai. Yes. That said, yeah. I think we're going to go back to the Doles. We're going to go back to the Doles. This America was a total... Ah, you'll be trapped in the maid cafe. Okay. Okay. If I see you, Historia, I will give you a little calligraphy name tag. That's what I did at Magfest for all of my friends, was I gave them little calligraphy name tags. I even bought some special pens and labels to make that possible. So, yes. So if I manage to catch you, I'll be cosplaying myself, so I should be pretty findable. I should be relatively findable as these things go. Currently, we are doing the Doles. We are doing the Doles. Is this Schadenfreude? Hello, musky ass rat. Sometimes. Sometimes. This I think this is Schadenfreude. And hello, Baygod. Hello, Baygod. Welcome in. I think it's Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude. It's kind of funny that I'm saying it Schadenfreude, even though I think most people just say Schadenfreude. I think most Americans just say Schadenfreude. 1960s in women's history. Celebrity fandom. 1960s in celebrity fandom. History of the Beatles. Music fandom. The cart? Is that you? Hold on. What's the... Is it Screamers? Is it... No, that wouldn't be it. Have a good night. Have a good night, Historia. Thank you for stopping by. I should have said, obviously, if you need to raid and run, absolutely. And same goes for all of the folks who came in with you. I appreciate that you came in. I mostly do calligraphy streams. So tomorrow will not be a calligraphy stream. Tomorrow, this week is pretty busy for me. This week is pretty busy for me. Yeah, this one, is it Beatlemania maybe? I can try Beatlemania. It was Beatlemania. Ho ho. Yeah, history of the Beatles. That made that one an easy one. Okay. I mean, it's Bikini Atoll. This one looks like... Okay, never mind. I thought I was smart. No, it was Christmas Island. I did not know that Christmas Island was a nuclear test site. I got confused. I did not know that it was a... Imagine playing this game and yourself just pops up. That would mess me up. How do most Americans say axolotl? I thought most Americans did say axolotl. Uh, Antiquities acquired by. So it's a building. It's a stela. Oh, it's the Rosetta Stone. Metaphors referring to objects. It has to be the Rosetta Stone. Stones. Yeah. So 2nd century BC stela, 196. Say axolotl. Okay. Axolotl. I'm pronouncing the T harder than other Americans. Okay. Okay. Usually the word that people give me crap for is bagel. Apparently I say bagel. Bagel? Beagle? Bagel? Wrong. I no longer know how to say it. It's all gibberish to me. What the heck? Maritime Southeast Asia, seas of Asia, seas of India, seas of Malaysia, seas of Myanmar. Bajal? Bajal? I like the difference between Blue and Artia's response to that. This one's cool. This one's cool, Begad. This one's pretty cool. Bajal? Bakal? Bagel? Bagel? I don't know, man. Okay, hold on. So the Malaysia-Thailand border. I mean, this is an oceanographic feature, but it's not the Bay of Bengal. Crap. It's not the Bay of Bengal. It's is it the what's okay, I'm trying to remember. Europa Universalis. Europa Universalis regions. Europa Universalis regions. What are those islands? What are those islands there? Not the Maldives. To the east. To the east. Marginal seas of the Indian Ocean, marine ecoregions. Maritime Southeast Asia. I think it's the Andaman Sea. Nice. Freedom of expression. Hyde Park. What? Trafalgar Square? No, it's not Trafalgar Square because that would have things named after Trafalgar. I have no idea. Do we have any Anglos in chat right now? Or do I smell the blood of an Englishman? I don't smell the blood of an Englishman because my sense of smell isn't particularly acute. Who has the blood of an Englishman? Here. Bajel? Bajel? Is that what you're saying, Blue? Bajel? Bajel? I'm so lost, man. And you put habanero ketchup on your black beans, it's actually good. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I like habaneros. I like habaneros. It's a little bit of a shame to me that I find that I'm at the level of spiciness where like the only things that really work for me are scorpions and jalokias, and jalokias kind of taste terrible. And scorpions are not like really that tasty. Breaking the model right now as I stretch. I don't like ghost peppers. I don't like ghost peppers at all. I think they're really chemical tasting. I don't know, Westminster Park. Speaker's Corner. I would never have gotten that. A million years. Never would have gotten that. No way. Absolutely not happening. Oh. Physicians? Immunologists? Oh, it's Fauci, right? Yes, it's Fauci. People pardoned by Joe Biden. Yeah, this is Fauci. Antonio Fauci. Really funny how this one being super long. I was just like, it's gotta be. Anthony Fauci. Yes, I did. Yes. I mean, I Italianed him up. I Italianed him up super hard. Okay, so 3 geography ones I failed. 3 geography ones I failed. I got the 1 pop culture one correct. I got the pop culture one correct, which is pretty funny. Oh yeah, if you do not find ghost pepper spicy, you are pretty high up there. You are pretty high up there. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 43 out of what changes score other than number correct? Yeah, that's pretty funny. Me getting a pop culture one is genuinely pretty funny. Kiramati is the only one that I really feel bad about. It's like not getting Speaker's Corner and not getting Tivoli Garden. Tivoli Gardens pissed me off because I got Tivoli Park. Those motherfuckers. Oh, okay, hold on. This is so good. I'm sorry. A significant number of people guessed Legoland off of Human Zoos. It said Human Zoo and people guessed Legoland. That's way too funny. That's way too good. That's amazing. That's amazing. Let's go for a hard one. Pop. 7,000 is not that bad. Geography, why not? 22,000, that's terrible. Ghost, 6,000, that's pretty bad. Pepper, literally just going off of random words we've got in chat here. Bagel, is getting better. Accent's getting better. We're still really bad. Culture, that's still pretty bad. Accent's still our best one. And math, science, religion. I don't find ghost peppers. Ghost peppers are fruity? I do not find ghost peppers to be fruity. I find ghost peppers to be really like, they taste like chemical cleaners to me. They taste like acetone to me. I don't like the ghost pepper at all. Do I have the cilantro thing, but for ghost peppers? That's really specific. That would be very, very specific. So it's probably not going to be Jesus. Accent's been our closest one. Letter? Letter has been closer. That's still really bad. Dictionary? That's pretty bad. Mark? Hammer. Birthday. We're so far away from anything. America's the closest one we've gotten so far. North is our closest one so far, but quite a bit. That's a decent leap. South, east, west, up, upwards, aerial. Oh, I find the flavor on them so chemical tasting. It's so gross. I will still sometimes have them, but like I'm just like, why am I doing this? Writhe. Beans. Oh my god, this is terrible. Context is such murder for me. Gunnery. Pastiche. Breast. Nope. Insects. Bug. Computer. Oh, computer. Okay, computer got us somewhere. Software. Nope. Hardware. Okay. Okay, keyboard. Nope. Mouse? Nope. Microchip? Nope. Chip? Nope. Huh. Monitor? Oh, yeah, soapy taste in ghost peppers because of certain compound. That's interesting. That's interesting. I might... That is interesting. Because I thought I thought ghost peppers were just nasty. I thought ghost peppers were just flat out nasty. I was like... I perceive them as, like, grosser the... I don't think that counts as cheating, but in no small part because I don't actually have any sensibilities about what counts as, like, fair or unfair play in this, right? Like, this is very abstract to me. I already tested gunnery. Hardware. I actually don't really understand how this game works. I will be completely honest. Concept. Person. Place. Thing. Yeah, it doesn't get us very far. Wire. Well, its place has been the closest. So, New York, I guess. Let's try New York. Chicago. I love cilantro. Oh wow, blue. That's awful. It just hit me. Like the cilantro is such an important part of Chinese cuisine. Oh man, you must like hate. You must be like the only New Yorker who hates Xi'an's. Well, and also all the other ones who hate cilantro. Xi'an's famous food is like 50% cilantro by mass. Palace. Earth. You die. Oof. That's dreadful. That's dreadful. Xi'an's is so good. If you go to New York, any folks here, if you're a tourist in New York, Xi'an's is like the #1 thing I say you have to check out. Jacobin. Nope. England. I already guessed America. It's a place. City? No. Country? Taiwan? Geography? Planets? No, planet is very far away. Hard disk. Motherboard? No, really far away. Electrical? Electrician? Electricity? Electricity was the closest. Quantum? Okay. Gravity? No. So it's electricity magnet? No. Battery? No. Generator. Power plant is 2 words. Power plant is 2 words, right? Oh, no, it's 1 word. They're letting me count as 1 word. So electricity has still far been the best. Circuit? Ground? Okay, ground's not too bad. Springfield? It seems like it's an electrical, like a computer component, is what it seems like. It seems like something that you battery cell. You got to 152 and you're a bit stumped. Oh, I'm so impatient. I'm always trying to do these in like very few guesses. LED. Resistor. No. Capacitor. No. Okay, these are not getting... Electrical components are not getting closer. Zap. Electricity, place... And it's not a generator. Lithium. Nope. Nuclear. Nope. Wind. Tidal. Coal. Hard drive. It's not a word. Not counting it as a word, which is understandable. Monitor, I've already done. Camera? Nope. Lightning? Good choice, good choice. Wow, 46,000. Holy crap. Also, hello, Asher. Hello, Asher. Welcome in. And... Jim Bim Bim. Hi, Franklin. Franklin's actually not even that bad. Menlo. Electromagnetic theory. What? No. Apologies, that was probably really loud for you folks. Tesla? Ooh, 16,000. No, we're getting colder. Getting colder. Ground electricity plug? No. Plug, I was expecting to do better than that one. Converter? I'm ready to give up at this point. This makes no sense to me. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. This is hurting my head. Yeah. Laundry. We were so far away. It would have been years. It would have been years. Yeah, I was trying to, well, Menlo was why I, yeah, it's spelled this way. Yeah, no, we were a million years away from that. We were a million years away from that. Okay. 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 It's time. It's time for the big game. No, this is not a cryptogram. This is redactyl. I love redactyl. I love redactyl. Redactyl is so this is a Wikipedia article. This is a heavily redacted Wikipedia article, is what we are looking at. We are looking at a very heavily redacted Wikipedia article. I don't have as much love for cryptograms. I have a lot of love for redactyl. I have a lot of love for redactyl. So it's a 5-letter word. And let's take a look at what I'm allowed to hint on. Oh! Oh, interesting, interesting. So the numbers are how many letters there are in the word. So our article title, that's what you're trying to guess. The article title is a 5-letter word. And this is, so anywhere it's grayed out is where the word or things that are similar to the word appear. So we cannot use hints on this word, 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 etc. But we can use hints here and here and here. So let's think about this, right? Blank is a 5-letter, is a short name. 5 letters is a, so article is a short name for three, 7, 6, 5, and 5. I am suspecting three letters is an odd one. 3 letters is an odd one. I want this to be a biology thing, right? I want this to be a biology thing. Because this right here. Okay, let's rack our brains here a little bit. Oh, I'm sad that because I destroyed cookies. I cleared all of my cookies and website history. That means that all of my record here is destroyed. So my getting the 14th Dalai Lama in one guess is not going to be on here. It's a short name for 3 letters, 7 letters, 6 letters, 5 letters, and 5 letters, 4, 11, and with the 9 letters and 9 letters, 9 to 9. Let's see, short name for. Interesting. 5 letters is a short name for. It's not a person. It's not a person. It might not be a short name for. Brutal. I mean, there's a record. I've got all the VODs. The VODs still exist. My goal in Redactyl, I always try to get the minimum number of guesses. I always like to get the minimum number of guesses. So I'm trying to get the minimum number of guesses with no hints. That is my ideal situation. That's my ideal situation. I don't know. It just doesn't occur to me as interesting. I don't know. There's not like a logical reason for like finding cryptograms like less interesting than other types of puzzles. So to distinguish it. So you can see there's a tracker up here at the top right that tells me how many letters. So this is, it is something, 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 or something, something, to distinguish it from this as 7 letters and 5 letters. Okay, this is an odd topic. This is an odd one. I thought this might be an animal species, but then we'd probably see like the genus name by. There'd probably be some way to tell that there was a genus name right now. So I was stuck on animals. But I think we can eliminate animals. I mean, I can. I just don't tend to get a lot of information from it. I honestly find like 99% of the information is in the first paragraph. Like I don't tend to get a lot out of it. I tend to find it less helpful. Yeah, like I don't know even how to parse this at this point. Sometimes it's kind of helpful to see like that there's a bunch of number things, and this is biasing me towards another element that I was considering, which is this might be a mathematical concept. That said, the last time there was a math concept, they literally just included the images of formulae in the text. It just literally included entire formulas in here. We might be looking at a geographic feature. We might be looking at a geographic feature. The is very telling, right? So this is one of those important things about this, is that is tells you a lot as opposed to was. Is versus was is a very important tell that you can look for. Oh, this might be a slang term. Hold on. 5 letters is a slang term for... This might be a drugs. This might be drugs. This might be drugs. Molly is an option. Molly is an option. Yeah, this could be a slang thing. It's a slang term for 3 letters. That's a slang term for 3 letters, 7 letters. This is tricky because there's not a lot of things that are 3 letters that would be redacted. That's the biggest. This is the part that's driving me the most nuts. It's like 3 letters and redacted. I'm kind of tempted to use a guess on it. It could also be a sex term. It might not be a... Oh wait, hold on. Hold on, they may have changed a rule on me here. No, it's not that one. I don't think it's going to be Molly. I don't think it's going to be Molly because Molly would have parentheses afterwards. It would be Molly parentheses drug. Right? Cocoa. Cocoa is not a slang term, though. Low quality? Okay, so this is very likely. For low quality... Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true as well. That's true. That's a good point. So it's something that it is... Hold on. Is it generally? Yes, is generally... So this word is almost... It's almost certainly... It's generally. This is intriguing to me. This is... I might use hints. I'm trying to avoid using hints because that makes me happy. I'm going to try the word anus. No. Okay. So this is not a sex act. This was what was driving me nuts. To the 8 letters 4 letter. So it was not anus. 7-5 repeats a lot. That's true. That's true. And here, if we use the hint vision, we can see that there's a. It is generally something 5 letters or 7 5 letters. To distinguish it from 754 as 7. Okay. 5 is definitely the main word. Yeah. Hold on. I was wondering about Fiverr Islam. No, they don't. That's not how it's rendered. This is. I am definitely playing it at a more difficult level than I think is typical. Could 7-5 be a type of? Yep, I'm pretty sure it is. It's a type of 5. So I think using a hint here would be sort of like the minimum distance to get us somewhere. I think I might use a hint. Shang-Chi. Okay. That tells us an enormous amount. Okay. This would have taken us a very long time. You think chess? Oh, yeah. Yep. Correct. Yep. Yep, it's sometimes called international chess or Western chess in order to distinguish it from related games as Xiangqi and Shogi. Okay, yeah. No. I love this game. Oh, this was throwing me off really bad. Call white and black, each controlling an army of chess pieces. This was one of the blocked out ones. Being to checkmate. So if I clicked that one, it would have been immediately. I mean, once we got the hint, we were. I don't know if I want to keep on going because this I can keep going for a long time. Yeah, Shang-Chi is a huge clue. Let's just get the first paragraph or so open. I kind of wish you could just click on a single thing to go all of them, to give all the letter counts. I don't quite know why they don't. Okay, so this word is going to be enormously important. Whatever this word is. I have no idea. I don't even know if you can switch language. I would assume that they're just different puzzles in different languages. I'd assume they're just different languages and different puzzles. Could find out if it's a masculine or feminine noun. That's pretty cute. Well, the trouble is that my second best language is Japanese, so that's going to be a huge problem there. And they don't have it in Japanese either. I'm assuming that they're just different puzzles. I'm assuming that they're just different puzzles. I'm going to be honest. Let's think about this. So the something 6 letters. I'm pretty sure this 8 letters is derived. Hello, God help me. No, it's not. It's not descended. I don't know. From Old French, 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 Old French, 5 letters. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go crazy. Lettre. Letter? Letter? Okay. Alphabet? Okay, that was ridiculous. Yeah, okay, that was one of the easiest ones. 19 guesses for the average is for the global median is. How did they get 19.5 guesses? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? 19.5 guesses for the median? That doesn't make any sense. Legitimately does not make any sense. Workout time? Alright, cool. Workout time. I could use a workout. I could use a workout. We are... Hello, God help me. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I am about to do pistol squats. Yeah, I just don't know how you get half of a guess. That's what I'm wondering. Like, if it was the mean, I wouldn't be bothered, because that's how means work, but I don't know how that works for a median. I don't know how you get a median guess that's not an integer. Alright. And hello, Arcane VT. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I'm going to do pistol squats. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. Almost fell. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. That's the left leg done. Right leg. Right leg's feeling a little bit shaky in the left leg. I'm a little bit nervous about this. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And last one. 10. Well, Archa, I did think of that. And unless something has gone awry, which it might have, workout time should be on a 10-minute cooldown. Stop running so hard for a second. Yeah, I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit out of shape. Oh, alright. Oh, the right. Alright, folks. Where the heck are my windows? I'm confused as heck here. Alright. I think that seems like a perfectly fine place to stop. Yeah. No, there's a part of me that kind of wants to keep on going. If I were more unwise, I would probably do something very silly. Like I would probably start doing some model painting. Asher Silvermane, thank you for the follow. And Scarlet Bunny, thank you for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the Algantis. But I have a busy schedule this week. Not that source. Oh. And Bay God, thank you for the follows. Thank you all for the follows. Oh, hold on. That's why this looks wrong to me. Looking at the wrong window. There we go. Here is the schedule for the week, folks. Here is the schedule for the week. Wow, it looks crusty. Holy moly. What the heck happened there? What did GIMP do? Okay, so here is the schedule for the week. Today is Monday, and we did calligraphy. Later today, by my reckoning, in my time zone, but by other people's time zone, it's tomorrow. And by my reckoning, it's tomorrow, because this is how I do math, which is to say, catastrophically. We will be playing King of Dragon Pass. This game, folks, I cannot oversell King of Dragon Pass. King of Dragon Pass is my favorite game of all time. It is currently on sale for 85% off. It is $179. $179, folks, for the game that is, by my reckoning, the best game ever. You have to make arrangements so you can attend fully. I'm looking forward to it, Emperor's Armpits. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to bed early so I can save energy for this one. This game, folks, this game is entirely in watercolor. It's so strange. It's so amazing. God, I love King of Dragon Pass. And then on Wednesday on the Discord, we are Blue, since I usually go to bed at like noon. Yeah, this is pretty early for me. It is for Wednesday on the Discord, we are going to watch Lighthouse and Mickey 17. I like doing double features. I like to do double features that are kind of weird. This double feature is mostly just I wanted to watch The Lighthouse, and Mickey 17 also has Robert Pattinson in it. So that's what's happening on Wednesday. Thursday is a little bit earlier. We are starting at 8 p.m. My good friend Alex Azarashi will be joining us for a drinking stream. I currently don't have any beer, which I should rectify because otherwise I'm drinking whiskey and I will get wrecked. If I try to drink whiskey if I drink whiskey to keep pace with Alex, that will be hideous. So I will be doing a drunk stream with Alex Azarashi. And then Friday, I'm sorry, I keep on rolling my R's. I'm very proud of rolling my R's because I know that Alex can't roll her R's, so I'm going to flex on her extremely hard. It's going to be very mean of me. Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I am doing Monster Prom 2, Monster Camp, with Vexing Cat and Ronin Hostoria and Nyanomancer. Let's give shout outs to those people. So shout out Alex. Let's do this shout out to Alex Azarashi. And then Alex I've done like 20 collabs with. Alex is one of my most reliable collab partners. I adore her. She's very good. It's particularly fun because like me and her come from like such different perspectives. Like we don't even play the same dolls. It's really interesting to do the comparisons between us. And then Ronin Hostoria. And yes, Ronan's been doing Witcher. And then Nyanomancer, who might actually even be here. The Vexing Cat is a lovely, lovely reading streamer. Very bright. She was reading, what's it called? She was reading, The Count of Monte Cristo today, which is a wonderful book. I love The Count of Monte Cristo. And then the Ronin Rona's one of the people who's been just such a great help to me as a person. Rona's been a huge help to me. She noticed me when I was on like 2 viewers and started talking me up to her community. And I will be forever grateful for that. She gave me support when I was feeling really down and negative about what I was doing and about what I was accomplishing. And so I've got a lot of affection for her for that reason. I will not forget that. Nanomancer is just a dear friend. He is the cat that is also a wizard. Actually, you know what? I may as well do the JP grab and just show. Actually, I'll just show it off for a few seconds. This is the thumbnail I made for. This is the thumbnail I made for Monster Prom for the Monster Prom one. I'm just gonna show it for a few seconds because I don't have the audio set up on the source. I love it. I love it. I love it. I am very proud of myself for that crap. But yes, actually, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna sell you folks on tomorrow's stream because I am super excited for this one. I am super duper excited for this one. Let's move some things around so that it's not as ugly looking because that's Twitter for you, baby. That is Twitter for you. Window grab. This is what the art in the game looks like. This is just what the game looks like. This is how you play the game. You've offered the ring of the clan Brown Boar a place in the new tribe you are building. The Brown Boars are known for their love of pottery, a craft they pursue with an attitude that borders on fanaticism. This one rules. Our freedom-loving neighbors will rebel if forced to throw away all of their other containers, so accept the tribal council requirements. They wanted to... So this clan wanted every other clan in the tribe to give up all of their pottery other than ones made by Clown Brown Boar. Completely crazy. It's so good. It's so good. This thing right here. This thing right here is what happens when people like commit infidelity. This is a universe of such incredibly high magic that this is a thing you just have to worry about. But at the same time, it's just a world where people just get murdered. Just mundane problems. You just have mundane problems on the regular. This is actually a really good illustration, I think, of what the game is about. The strange little lizards have grown up into strange, very big lizards. They're trampling the grain, eating voraciously, and accidentally stomping the occasional chicken. No one knows what to do with them. And you have 5 options. Leave them alone, sacrifice them to a god, slaughter them for their meat, try to train them as battle mounts, or try to train them as beasts of burden. You get dinosaurs, and this is the question that you have in front of you, is like, you can just kill them or slaughter or like train them as battle mounts. Like, what do you do with this? What do you do with this? And you have to weigh these very weird problems. Like, should you sacrifice them to a god? And if you do, which god? Which god is the one who you would sacrifice these to? My instinct would be Marangor. I think Arnaldo would probably hate it. Chalana Roy would absolutely hate it. I think Emperor's Armpits. Like, I've never sacrificed them. I've always used them as beasts of burden or occasionally as battle mounts. But sacrificing to a god, I think Orlanth would like them. I mean, Marangor does deserve blood, but I'm very generous with Marangor. Marangor is my queen. They are sacred to Marangor. She may not like it. She may not like it. Barntar might like it. Humox would like it. Orlanth would like. Yeah, Orlanth would be okay with it. Marangor might hate it. Chalana Road definitely hate it. Elmal would probably hate it. Actually, I don't know about Elmal. But you're just this is just like groups of people in your clan are annoyed at each other over basic prestige stuff. Like, they might just be annoyed at each other because of basic prestige stuff. There's no animation. It's all watercolor paint scenes. Odila would love it. You're correct. Odila would love it. I was trying to figure out who would really like it. Odila would love it. This is just the Carls and the Cotters. Two types of farmers in your community are mad at each other. How do you make them less mad? How do you deal with them? And the ducks. And of course the ducks. The fucking ducks. Like, the ducks have come and are stealing your cows. Which is really funny because they don't know what to do with cows. They are well, okay, no, this is the thing. They're not based on historical gods. So the thing that must be understood as background for the entire thing is that the setting was made up by an anthropologist who was trying to figure out a way to communicate to people how strange polytheism actually is. And so his solution to this was to make a board game. His solution was to make a board game that spun out into an entire fantasy universe. That was his solution. Was make a board game that spins out into an entire fantasy universe that he worked on for 50 years until he died. And this is, well, 40 something years. I think he started in the 70s and he died in like 2017 or something like that. So he made up the gods for this fictional setting because he didn't want to get stuck in the weeds of arguing with academics about what was correct based on the source material. Because that's not, like, unless you're an academic, you don't care, right? If you are a practicing polytheist, you care about what the people around you say and what the traditions you grew up with are. You are not really concerned about, like, the nitpicking of some nerd in Chicago. So he did this so that he would have total authority. Yes, they do look like Donald Duck and Scrooge McDuck. They do. They do. I like the ducks. I like the ducks on First Armpits. I tend to be very generous to the ducks. The ducks are hardcore. The ducks are beloved of Humacht. They are beloved of Humacht, god of death, and are good for... You play a duck? Oh yeah, hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's multiple RPG systems built around this. I am annoyed at the direction the current maintainers of the setting are doing, where they have made the magic system more clear. Well, okay, hold on. Oh, we're in ads now? Son of a bitch. Always serious for the cosmic butt of the joke. It's true. Okay, I'm going to keep on yapping for a minute until we get out of ads. I'm very annoyed about this. Sorry, I apologize. I'm trying to be more calm. I'm trying to be a little bit more chill, but the fact that the API for doesn't allow, like, keeps on logging my broadcaster account while I'm streaming is driving me a little bit batty. And therefore I cannot, like, redeems are busted, and so is my bot that tells me when ads are incoming. I like to know when my ads are incoming. His name is Llewellyn, not Louis. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hold on. Isn't it, something like that? He's got the, he's got the Dutch name. You know, the Welsh name, right? Why do I almost say Dutch? It's definitely not Dutch. There we go. Found the spelling. This one. No, it's this one. It's this one. Multiple Y's. I had the Y's and the E's mixed up. Llewellyn is such a god. Oh wait, no, hold on. Wow, I still spelled it wrong. Still spelled it wrong. Okay, we are almost out of ads. But yes, it's agonizing to not have my ad alert, because I want to use the bathroom. I want to know because I am an old man and doing 3+ hours in a row without using the bathroom will kill me. So, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Hubert Duck, Duford Duck, and Llewellyn Duck. Duford is a terrible name. That's cruel. That's cruel. I never watched. I didn't finish all of the modern DuckTales, but I did watch a little bit of it and I liked it quite a bit. However, okay, point is, this is what we're playing tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of voting. It's going to be a very voting heavy playthrough. Very high level of audience participation. Because look, right, like you get this pop-up of 5 options. I'm going to put that to a vote. Why would I not put that to a vote? Do you think I'm crazy? Of course I'm going to put that to a vote. And you guys are absolutely going to get us killed. You guys are absolutely going to get us killed. It's going to be very funny. Because the game is quite losable. Even on easy difficulty. I can beat it on hard difficulty very, very reliably. I am going to vote for it. I know I can win pretty reliably, but I don't suspect that people who have no idea how the game works are going to do a good job. I do not think that Twitch plays Glorantha is going to go super great. Fast typers have their speeches at the ready. It's so true. It's so true. All right, folks. So here's the question. I have a couple of potential raid targets. So Envy is playing Metaphor and has just debuted his new model. Rotmost is playing Schedule 1. A little bit like Oregon Trail. A little bit. Not completely unlike Oregon Trail. And there's Cleo. I haven't raided Cleo in a very long time. I think it might be time to raid Cleo. It's either Cleo or Envy. It's Cleo or Envy. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's see how loud Envy is being today. Actually, Envy's being relatively chill right now. Sometimes he's really chaotic. Sometimes he's really, really chaotic. Yeah, energy. Yeah, I know her. I'm not too worried about. I would only worry about Cleo being too loud if she was like doing a collab. Like if she was doing a collab with like Save Him or something like that. But those are what I'm thinking about. I'm actually just gonna take a look. When was? Oh my god, this trying to figure out when I last rated Whomst. I might never have rated Envy. Control F work. Okay, wow, my entire computer's slowing down. Envy I've never rated. Wow, my computer is struggling right now. Holy. Nobody has said an opinion, so we're going to Envy. Hello, Niano. Hello, Niano. Wow, my computer is slug. My computer's dying. This thing. I need to shut this thing down. Okay. Wow. Yeah, Envy's got a new model. Okay. Last chance. Socials. That's me. Discord. That's me. Social rate Envy. That's who we're going to. Older man. If you are not subscribed, this is me. If you are subscribed, let's go. All right, folks, have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. Thank you all for being here. I had a really lovely time. I hope all of you have a lovely rest of your evening. Again, tomorrow, 10 p.m. US Eastern, we're doing King of Dragon Pass. I will see you then. Have a good night.